Apple, we were late.
Yes.
I was going by the clock.
Well, that is running low, so we're behind.
Okay, here we go.
Testing, okay.
Hello, everyone. Today is June 11th, 2024. The year is going by really fast. This is the Community Service District of Rossmoor, our regular meeting. May we please have a roll call?
Roll call. Director Searles.
Here.
Director DeMarco.
Here.
Director Shade.
Here.
President DeMarco. President Maynard, I'm sorry.
I know we look alike, but yeah.
I know,
Yeah, here.
old habits. And Director Warkey won't be joining us this evening.
Oh, that's too bad. Okay, tonight we have a treat. We have Girl Scout Troop 9188. I don't know if you say 9188. 9188 for me is here to assist and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'm going to give it to the girls. Welcome.
I like to come on up.
Brownies and daisies.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Easy.
I would like each of you to say your name.
Adelaide, Olivia, Zia, Adeline, Melania, Havana, Natalie, Aurora.
Let's thank them all for coming in here and showing some civic pride. These are the moments that actually make our meeting the most fun. So you've added a little smile to all of us. And with that, I see that you have buttons. You're going to get another special button for you to add to your uniform, the Rossmoor Community Service. You're very welcome. Oh, thank you. There you go. Thank you. How's summer been so far? Good, good. Sleeping in? No? No? Good, good, good. Lots of chores? Lots of chores, guys? No? No? Oh, wow, okay. Different time, I guess. So anyhow, ladies, again, thank you so much. Good luck with your summer. Have a great time. Enjoy being a light to the world. Thank you. Tonight we have a few presentations. First up, we have Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District, Brian Brannon, who is the Public Information Officer for that. Please come on up. If you recall, last week we had questions, and we're glad to see that you are here so quickly. Thanks for being prompt.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Directors, President. Thank you, Joe. All right, I'm very glad to hear that's a hard act to follow, so I have to really bring my A game here for you. We are going to start out next week with National Mosquito Awareness Week. It is typically the week when mosquito season appears. And with all the rain that we've had, when that temperature starts heating up, we anticipate we're going to need everybody's help. Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District is a government entity. Our services are free. Well, they're not really free. You're already paying for them with just a little bit of your property taxes. Thank you. So you might as well use them. You can call us at any time. We'll come to your house. We'll look around your house. We'll look at your neighbor, if they'll let us. Neighbor on the other side, across the street, over the house, or over the back fence. How do I know? They did it for me. They did a really good job. But we can't be everywhere, so we need everybody's help, because the new mosquitoes that we have, you'll see, they're called the ankle biters. They don't need a big empty swimming pool of water. They just need a little bottle cap as big as that, President, to breed dozens of mosquitoes. So every little drop of water can be a problem. All right, so our mission is to educate and protect the people of Orange County from vectors and prevent vector-borne diseases in an environmentally responsible manner. Every word of that mission statement is true. Educate is the most important thing that we do because, again, we need your help. Environmentally responsible manner. We are very careful about any products that we use. The strongest product we use is the adulticide. What most people who call us want us to do is to spray. Everybody else who calls us wants us to not spray. We are only going to spray in the traditional manner of what you think of as spraying, which is put a pesticide out for the adult mosquitoes when there is an abundance of mosquitoes and the presence of disease that can be spread to humans. We don't want to use that too much because mosquitoes can develop a resistance the more we use that. And it's not the greatest for the environment, but we do what you call an ultra-low volume. So we'll do just enough aerosoled adulticide to affect a mosquito, which is about this big. And I'm short, I'm about this big. So that much is not going to hurt us. We will do it in the early morning hours when it won't affect the bees or anything else. We would notify you if we were going to do it. We don't do it that much. The animals that we treat for, mosquitoes, red imported fire ants. If you see an ant mound and it looks like it has coffee grounds around it, and you see little red and brownish black mixed colored on the same ants running around all different sizes, don't stick your finger in there, don't kick it over, don't pour hot water on it, call us. That's what we do, is we take care of it. It'll take a few months to really get rid of those guys, but we'll do it. Rats, they're everywhere. Rats are everywhere. What you want to do is make your yard not look good to the rats. What you want to do is make sure that the rats can't get in your house. They only need a hole about the size of a quarter to squeeze through. They can squeeze under doors, holes in screens. You want to make sure that if you have a fruit tree, you're picking up that fruit. If they're going to take your oranges, make them climb for it. If you have a bird feeder, that's the rat heaven because the birds eat the feed and it just all drips down on the ground and everything. So be careful of that. 3 things that any animal looks for: water, shelter, harborage. So don't leave too much water out. Harborage is a place to make their nests. I know Rossmoor is a great community. Why? Because I used to work for the Seal Beach Sun. I know you guys are great. But clutter is the enemy to a rat-free environment. So, all right, enough about rats. Fleas. Is there anybody that loves feral cats out here? Okay, good. I like cats. Well, I like dogs better. But the problem with feral cats is they're out there in the wild interacting with all the other animals, and they have fleas. And they get the fleas. Fleas can spread typhus. We see typhus a lot. And people that feed feral cats, mobile home parks, any place they can collect. Don't do that. Ticks. Don't lie in the middle of the poppy field when it's blooming and get your selfie for Instagram. There's ticks in there. You don't want that. And filth flies don't really spread disease from biting you, but they land in stuff and then land on your food. So if you have any problems with any of those animals, please give us a call. We use a technique called integrated vector management. 3 different pillars: education, comes in many forms; surveillance, we are actually spying on the mosquitoes. How? We have traps set up in a grid system around the county, and we monitor those traps. We see how many mosquitoes are out there. We test them for disease. If you see a dead animal or dead bird, not just any, how do I do this? If you see a dead bird, that bird could have West Nile virus. The mosquitoes that spread West Nile virus, they prefer to bite birds. Birds are reservoirs of West Nile virus. So they bite a bird, can't find any more birds, they'll come bite me. I might get West Nile virus like that. I hope I don't. And so control of mosquitoes. The most effective way to get rid of mosquitoes is to get rid of the standing water. Done. Okay? If we spray for those adults, if you call your favorite pesticide agency or a company, pay them money to come spray, they will kill the adults. But the larvae and the pupae that are in that water where they're coming from are just going to grow up and come right back. You just have to spray again. So if you can get rid of that standing water, you stop the cycle. We do have mosquito fish. These mosquito fish will eat anything. They'll eat anything so much that we can't put them someplace where whatever the water they're in might spill over and go into a lake or a river or something, because they'll eat all that stuff in there too. But they love to eat mosquitoes. So if you have a big pond or a big fountain or something like that, call us. We'll come, we'll look at your water feature, and if it's suitable, we'll dump some mosquito fish in. They'll live there for years. If you have a swimming pool that you're not swimming in and you just have some water in it, we'll put them in there. Done. Or you can call my friends the skateboarders and they'll come clean it out, and they'll just have to let them skateboard in it too. So another option. And then chemical control, we talked about adulticide. There's also larvicide. If you have a smaller pond, you can go to the hardware store and you can get a product with BTI in it. The mosquito dunks, mosquito donuts. BTI is a naturally occurring soil bacteria. It only affects mosquitoes, gnats, and black flies. It's in our yogurt. That's why you don't see flies eating the yogurt. But it works. It'll work for about 30 days to 45 days. It'll keep the pupae from becoming adults. All right, enough about that. Aedes aegypti, that is the ankle biter. That is the one that's been bugging us a lot. That is the one that can transmit dengue. Dengue is a bad disease. Our biggest fear is locally transmitted dengue. When that happens, it's bad. I'm going to be very busy. I'm going to be talking on the phone a lot. I'll probably be coming back to visit you, but it's not going to happen because we're all going to work together. We did have a case of locally transmitted dengue in Long Beach, just on the other side of Leisure World last year. We had locally transmitted dengue in Pasadena last year, the first 2 cases of that. What am I talking about? So travel-related dengue is when somebody gets on a plane, goes somewhere, visits someplace, gets bit by a mosquito with dengue, comes home, doesn't feel well. Doctor looks at him, I don't know what it is. He gets worse. You have dengue. We get a call. We'll go to the house. If he's within 30 days of getting bit, that's still transmittable. So we're going to look around and we're going to spray around that area. We're going to check that no one else got bit, because the mosquito can bite that guy, and then it can bite me, can bite somebody else, and it's just ugly. So that's the bottom line of why we're doing what we do. Ankle biters. Mosquitoes have been around since the dinosaurs. Can anyone tell me what happened to the dinosaurs? That's right. The mosquitoes are still with us. They've been building up their game ever since. Their game is to bite us, take our blood, and only the women take the blood. They do that so they can have babies. The men just sit around and drink nectar. I call beer nectar. But that's what they do. More about the men folks in a second. Aedes aegypti lay their eggs just above the waterline of a container. The eggs look like little black rice specks just above that waterline. And when you get a lot of rain or you overwater that plant, then all of a sudden, 2 years later, you could have more mosquitoes. My operations supervisor computed that we probably have billions of Aedes aegypti eggs in Orange County from last year. So we all got to work together on that. I hope you guys see a theme I'm developing here. Here are some breeding sources for Aedes aegypti. Again, even the smallest bit of water, bottom right, you see a bromeliad. And that is a plant that has leaves that kind of make bowls. Those bowls, you water them, that water sits there, boom, mosquitoes. If you have a saucer underneath your nice plant to protect your nice table, if you overwater, even if you put a little bit of water, you're not thinking about that water, but the mosquitoes are. Rooted vegetables, lucky bamboo, it's lucky for mosquitoes. What can you do about that? You can put marbles or rocks in there to prevent the mosquitoes from getting the water, but the water's still there. And again, you can call us to come look if you have mosquitoes. If you wait too long and it gets busy and it's summertime, you're going to have a long wait. So call us the first that you can. Well, what can you do? You can take charge. Just we already talked about that, right? Keep your yard clean. Anything that can hold water, even a little piece of plastic, right? A Fritos bag. It's in your backyard. You water. The sprinklers come on. Water collects there. Boom, you can get mosquitoes. So just want to watch out for that. Okay, so last year we were on Russian television. That's right. Me, the new PIO, I got our laboratory director on Russian television. Boy, was she surprised when they started asking her questions in Russian. Yeah, so was I. But they want to know about the drones because we are using drones now to go out to large areas, the Bolsa Chica wetlands, marshes, and it's very effective to go right where the mosquitoes are and drop those BTI granules, and we don't have to step over any protected plants or anything like that. So it's a very, very good thing. A lot of vector control agencies are using drones now. Now, here's something new that we're doing. You might have seen this in the Los Angeles Times. Does anybody know about Los Alamitos Army Airfield here, Joint Forces Training Base, right? Anybody know about the planes they fly out of there for the Mediterranean fruit fly? Okay. You know when you guys are driving on the highway and you stop at the border and they say, you have any vegetables or plants? The reason they're asking about that is because of the Mediterranean fruit fly. It's a problem. It's an agricultural problem. An agricultural problem means it's costing the state money. So the state spends good money, taking care of that problem. What do? Well, they separate the males from the females. The male fruit flies are smaller than the females, so they basically shake them out. All the males come out. They cool them down so that they, basically take a nap. And they put them through an x-ray. Why? Because they're getting on an airplane. That's right, just like us. When we get on an airplane, we go to TSA, right? They do enough x-ray to them where it sterilizes the male so that they can't make babies with the mama flies. So then they pack them all in this plane. They fly out 2 or 3 times a day. They fly them over Riverside County, LA County, Orange County, someone else up there. They've been doing it for decades. It's effective. Okay, so we bought ourselves an x-ray machine, and we got us some Mission Viejo strain of mosquitoes. We're separating them, shaking them out, freezing them, x-raying them, and we are testing the efficiency of letting them loose in a small neighborhood of Mission Viejo. It's expensive. We're not going to be able to do it for the whole county by ourselves, but we hope to impress the governor, if he gets money, to help us take care of that. We're just always looking for ways to fight mosquitoes. These are not Bill Gates mosquitoes. I don't even know what that is, but if anyone says they are, you tell them no. These are ankle biter fighters, okay? I'm going to go back to the ankle biters really quick. One ankle biter will bite you like 5 or 6 times. You think you have 5 or 6 Aedes aegypti in there. Why? Because their stickers aren't that good. They're not getting the blood. They'll just keep sticking you till they get the blood. So got that going for us. All right. I think we already saw this one. But if you look, you can see that's a bottle cap right there, and you can see how many larvae are in that bottle cap. So if your neighbor has a swimming pool that has a good amount of water in it, think of how many larvae could be in that swimming pool. Call us on that. If your neighbor has a problem, you can call us and put an anonymous request in there. We'll come knock on your neighbor's door. If you give us your name and phone number, we'll call you back and tell us what you found. We won't tell your neighbor. It is a public health thing. Okay, here's some other animals out there. We've all seen the coyotes. Saw some raccoons the other day, possums, and mice and field mice. They're all out there. Food, water, shelter, and access. Access to your home. Don't let them in. All right, and this is our campaign for the second year. We're trying to figure out a way to say in as few words as possible that mosquito control is a shared responsibility. It's up to all of us. So Fight Back Orange County, we have different things representing the different parts of Orange County. The palm trees. You guys got palm trees in Rossmoor?
A few.
Yeah, see, you were on there. And the beach cities too. So that's it. And this is my dog, Booker. He really likes playing ball. I call it questions. I say, Booker, do you have any questions? He gets really excited, and I say, okay, ask questions. He comes up, bites the questions right out of my hand. So if you guys have any questions, now's the time. Anybody?
Director Shea.
I have a question. I've noticed that the channel control that we have here in Rossmoor, right off of Shakespeare, the water's getting really deep over there. And I'm not sure, when was the last scheduled vector control spray in our area?
So the good news is that our inspectors are assigned to specific areas. So the inspector for Rossmoor has been working Rossmoor for years. We're a great place to work. We have people who have been working there for 40 years, running the same route. So they're aware of every channel. They check it regularly. We have a team that does that. I can't tell you, like, I don't know exactly when they came there, but there are different ways that they can treat mosquitoes.
I remember last time he was here and we were actually discussing that. I was just noticing that water is getting really deep.
Yeah.
And it's really green and it's kind of scary looking.
Right.
So I think that's something we need to.
Okay, I will let him know. Thank you.
Yeah.
But know that the water can still look ucky, is that a word?
Right.
And can be high.
It was treated.
But it can be treated.
Right.
We can put that BTI in there, and that'll be good for 45 days, 30 to 45 days. Come back and do it again. Mosquitoes are cold-blooded, so when it's cool, they're not as active. As it gets warmer, it's going to be...
So once you spray it, how long does that?
Well, the BTI lasts at least 30 days.
Okay.
So he'll put it on his schedule, and he'll come back, or
Okay.
she will.
All right.
But yeah, if you're seeing mosquitoes, just let us know.
I just want to make sure it's getting treated.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to make sure it was getting treated.
Oh, yeah, I promise you that it's on our radar.
Okay.
We have maps, we have schedule, like we have Google Earth, we have team. We bring in about 80 seasonals every summer. Great opportunity for young people to learn something and get work during the summer. And a lot of them end up staying with us for 20, 30 years. So probably around May of each year would be a good time if you know of anybody that's looking for a job. Good stuff.
Director Schultz.
No questions. Thank you so much, though. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Director DeMarco.
Yeah, so just to follow up on Director Shade's comment. So we had, who did we have last month, Joe?
Flood control.
Flood control. So we had flood control here, and when we were asking them about the standing water in about, I'm going to venture to say 90% of our canals right now, or channels.
Right.
So I drove past a couple of them today, and it's moss and green as far as the eye can see. So That's why, and he kind of put, that gentleman kind of put it on, hey, we're going to work on getting rid of the water, and we're doing this and this and this, and, but then he put it on, well, that's vector control's
That's right.
job. Okay, so I would ask that, can you confirm, because it's standing water every day,
Right.
and can you just get back to Mr. Mendoza that the water's being treated, and if the water doesn't dissipate after 30 days in a stretch, and I'm telling you, just about every stretch, there's a drainage problem, by Los Alamitos Boulevard where the water's just not draining because it's standing water all the way for hundreds of feet. So we just want to make sure that it's being treated. Certainly the summer months are coming, and we just want to make sure that we're not getting mosquitoes from the channels.
100%. I will follow up with
Okay.
that, and I will let
Thank you very much.
General Manager Mendoza know.
And thanks for coming today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I too had flood control, and my little note here is cooperation, because you guys need to work together. If you've got chemicals that can go into a water environment, or even those little fish, we've got an area just full of green, gross stuff in our waterways, and your agency needs to work with that agency. What we don't like to hear is, well, that's flood control's problem, or flood controlling, no, that's vector problem. We wanted to make you aware, and that's why we're glad you're here, that the two agencies need to work together, because we think we have a breeding ground of way too many mosquitoes. My question I do have from you is, towards the beginning, you said, hey, if you have a problem and you see ants, just give us a call. So what's the expectation? Someone gives you a call, when do you actually get to their home, and how long does it take, if someone actually makes a call, to hear back from you and actually have you on premise?
That's a very good question. It depends on the timing of the call. It just depends on how busy we are. We do hire a bunch of extra people for the summertime because of that, but we go from like maybe 1 or 2 calls a day to 30 or 40 calls.
That's the inbound calls, but how quick are you to responding to the call and sending people out?
We will put, when we receive the service request, the inspector will see it the next day. But they do act on a first come, first serve basis.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying if there's a bunch of call, I mean, everyone in the office has to answer the phones during the summer just because it's ringing off the hook, which is okay. But we go from saying like 2 to 3 business days to, 5 to 7
Okay.
to maybe more. Like, I've never seen it
So
more.
during the season, if someone calls, the expectation is it might be
Might-
7 to 10 working days before you
Yes, sir.
get a response
That is
because
correct.
of limited resources.
That is correct.
Okay. I just like to know expectations.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not a judgment, it's just,
Thank you. Yeah, no, I understand.
so Caroline, on our website, do we have little buttons that show how to contact vector control and their phone numbers? If people do have a problem with
The phone number-
mosquitoes,
yeah.
red ants?
Yes, the phone number is on the website, and I'll create a button for that.
Great, thanks. Last, you mentioned the red ants, the fire ants, the ankle biters. What about common little tiny itty bitty black ants that are everywhere right now? Are you involved with that, or is that,
We just
that
can't.
doesn't have to do with human health, it's just annoying?
Exactly,
So we-
exactly.
Okay,
I did read somewhere that there are, whatever's more than trillions, there's so many ants in the world that they weigh, it's just, the amount of ants in the world is insane.
yeah.
I mean, we're talking like trillions of tons of ants, and so anyway, no, unfortunately,
Okay.
for that, yeah.
I'm just curious. Okay, thank you for your time, and thank you
Okay.
for your presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a report from the Orange County Fire Authority, Elizabeth Denny. She's our Community Relations Education Specialist, and we're going to start with her, and then afterwards, we're going to recognize some residents.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, community members. Twice a year, we get the pleasure to come out and speak to our community about our campaigns that are, being fully rolled out that brings to attention some important safety factors. So now it's warming up. People are starting to take to our bodies of water, our pools, beaches, hot tubs when it cools down. So just a friendly reminder of our water safety. So we'll go into that. Do I have a clicker up here, or are you guys clicking? I should, I'm sorry, okay. Perfect. So just some updated stats for you guys. In 2023, the number of drownings in Orange County was 104. That was, in fact, a decrease from 2022. But 100 drownings, that's still a large number. That does not take into account what was, recovered versus what was fatal. Most drownings that we have are very close calls. However, of course, there's a fraction in there that are unfortunate, and we want to be out in the public. We want to make sure that we are educating our residents to make that number zero, of course. So another important factor is the age that's associated with that. So we have 0 to 4 years old, there's 35 incidents that fall under that. 5 to 64 is 54 incidents, and then 65 and older is 22. So if you're looking at that number, obviously that 0 to 4 years old is going to be a pretty high number for that only 4-year gap. Obviously the next age group is a 60-year gap. Time range. So that 0 to 4 years old, we really want to, bring attention to that is a really vulnerable group when it comes to water safety. And then, of course, our larger group falls over that age span of 5 to 64. So once you're out of that 0 to 4 age group, does not mean that you are considered safe. Just because you are aware and you feel like a confident swimmer does not mean that you are considered safe to swim alone. And then, of course, that 65 and older, I think we'll touch on that a little bit, but that's just an important factor too. We always encourage you don't swim alone. This safety presentation actually has a senior portion to it that we talk about with our older demographics. I know that we have a mature senior programming that's going to be taking place at some point, and so we'll be probably bringing that out and talking in depth about what that looks like and medications and how those things affect swimming and being in the pool. So a lot about that, but those demographics are typically how we've seen our call incidences fall this last 2 years. So this is 2020's factors, so please disregard that, the pie chart, but basically the factors are going to be the same. So there's a lapse in supervision, which we're going to talk about. That's going to be one of the most important features. Then, of course, barriers. That's going to be barriers with our pools and our bodies of water that we can protect, as well as medical issues, so underlying medical issues. Now, that's going to be more focused towards that mature audience group, as well as intoxication. So, people are swimming, they have adult beverages, and our bodies dehydrate, just different problems occur when we are intoxicated and we are around water. So those are all factors to consider when we're looking at our statistics. Most of our drowning factors are going to fall within those reasons as to why. So timing is important. So here's a timetable just to remind everyone that drowning happens very quickly, within a matter of seconds. So that 20-second time period is when a child can be fully submerged under the water. We'll look at what drowning looks like very briefly in a few slides down, but you drown without a sound. It's something that, Hollywood has portrayed very incorrectly. And so within that 20-second time period, a child could be considered in distress, drowning, losing consciousness within the next 10 seconds. And then even with a minute, an adult can be submerged underwater. So as you can imagine, time progresses, and the consequences do get worse. So every single second counts, and being able to react as quickly as possible. And of course, just with any kind of preventable injuries, education is going to be the highest and most priority to the fire department, making sure that our communities are well aware that this is something that can be preventable. So when we look at our preventable, we roll out our ABCs of water safety. So this is nationwide, we talk about our ABCs. Now, the A stands for active adult supervision. B is going to be the safety barriers in which we have around our swimming pools and our bodies of water. And then C is going to be classes. Our swimming classes, for our younger children, there are defensive classes where basically you're just taught to kind of wade water and be on your back. All of those are going to be important just to start educating and creating a more confident swimmer for years to come. Okay, so active adult supervision. So when you come and you visit me and my red canopy at our community events that we have here in Rossmoor, you will find that we have our water watcher tags. They have a plastic kind of necklace, and it just deems, there's a little plastic card that deems you as the water watcher. Why we hand that out to residents is because that assigns a responsibility to an adult that they are the water watcher they're going to be the sober adult that's dedicated to watching the water. They are going to be the lifeguard for the next 15 to 20 minutes. And so they're going to be there distraction-free, watching the water. So oftentimes, these drownings will occur, or near drownings will occur, and there'll have been plenty of adults who are out and about. However, everyone kind of has the bystander effect, where we figure there's 10 adults and we're all, our focus is, near the water. And so we assume that there's someone else who is probably more vigilantly watching. And unfortunately, we all plan that someone else is more accountable, and everyone loses sight of the fact that there's children in the water. So we try to make sure that not only children are aware that they don't go in without an adult supervision, so they are tapping an adult, letting them know, mom, dad, grandpa, aunt, friend's mom, I'm going to be in the water. I'm going to go in the water, and that way they can, intercede if they need to, but that someone is aware that that child is entering the water. And then, of course, that education on an adult level, that we can't have, a bystander. We have to make sure that there's an accountability piece, that someone is designated watching the water. So that's at Water Watcher. We just want to make sure that if you are at a family gathering or a friend gathering, there's a pool, there's children who are enjoying any kind of body of water, that we have someone who is going to take that task seriously, while the rest of us can relax and we can all take turns making sure that everyone is safe. And so that is and then we always encourage, of course, that 15 to 20 minute rotation. It's hot, people need to go to the restroom or take a break, get a drink. So you're really the most vigilant within the first 15 to 20 minutes. If you go to a pool, oftentimes there's a rotation with lifeguards around 20 to 30 minutes. That's for that same reason, change of scenery, bathroom break, grab some water. That same thing stands for our parents. So water barriers. So if we consider our pool being, an extremely dangerous place for our children, or animals even, right? We want to make sure that we put as many safety barriers around as possible. There's so much technology nowadays to protect and make your home more safe. Obviously, with the sale of any house that has a pool now, they have to have they've got to have some sort of gate or enclosure for their pool. So that was enacted within the state. But we always encourage you, there's alarms, there's different types of safety covers, closing fences, self-latching gates. There's all types of technology that's out there. And we think of it like an onion. There can never be too many barriers, right? If one thing doesn't catch, if maybe an older adult knows how to get through the latched gate, having an additional barrier is going to be important. So just having those available and making sure that we have, when that pool's not, being watched by an adult, that it's well, marked off and secure. It's going to be really important for those safety barriers. So maintain and check those regularly. So residents, just a friendly reminder, make sure that we check those, make sure those alarms, those latches, everything is well oiled, and that it's ready for another year and ready for more company during the summertime. Classes, again, we always encourage our residents, make sure you take classes. Those classes aren't just limited to our young swimmers. There are adult classes for swimming that are offered with all types of the YMCA, private, corporate, private companies offer swim lessons. They're offered in public pools, they're offered in private pools, they will come to you. There are so many resources out there to have swimming classes. And so we encourage everyone from from 0 to 100, consider taking some classes, feeling more confident in your swimming abilities. Of course, learning CPR and AED, and that way you can be a better, you can be a better family member, you could be a better neighbor, you can be more prepared in the event someone goes down and they need your assistance. You can be there, because during an incident, our firefighters are not necessarily the first responders. It's the people who are around us who are really the first responders. It's our family members who are on site when someone goes down. It's our neighbors who, see someone who's fallen. So really being able to be there while we're trying to get there is going to be really important, and being prepared to do so. And that also includes first aid classes. So different classes. Flotation devices when we're out in the pools, if we're going to the river, or if we're going to lakes, anything like that, we ask that you use a life vest. Pool swim floaties is no longer condoned as a safe water flotation device. We do not use pool floaties, and nor do we support those. We are asking that all life vests are U.S. lifeguard approved, and that is going to be a majority of your life vests. It's just going to show on the back where a normal tag would be that it's U.S. lifeguard approved. But that means that it's been tested and proven for buoyancy, that for that weight limit that it's going to be able to hold. So really important just to make sure that when you're shopping for those, that's the highest priority, that it's U.S. Coast Guard approved, and of course that it is specific to your age and height, and that it fits right, it fits snug. Snug is the best way to describe how you should have your life vest. We don't want it too tight, and we don't want it too loose. It is designed to fit snugly, and it supports and saves a person, and it supports your head above water best when it's snug. So, and make sure that zippers and buckles are done, put on correctly. Oftentimes with our adults, we don't want to do the whole thing. We'll do one or the other, and we tend to be lackadaisical. We always encourage you, wear the life vest as it's supposed to. We wouldn't wear a helmet without buckling the strap and making sure that it's on correctly. We want to make sure that we do the same thing with our life vests. Beach safety. Beautiful Rossmoor is close enough to the beaches that's something we want to remind our residents as well. Being mindful of rip currents. This same thing as an adult, as a child, we want to make sure that we are never swimming alone at the beach, and also that we swim near a lifeguard. There are multiple lifeguard towers. We want to make sure that we set up closely to those. They're obviously going to be mindful of the conditions of the ocean that day, and they're going to be most knowledgeable about what's going on in the water. So we want to make sure that we are close enough to where we can hear them, to where they are able to reach us easily should conditions change within the water. And then, of course, keeping small children within reach, and then using those leashes for boogie boards, and just obeying any kind of signs, any kind of flags that are out there. It's going to be extremely important. That rip current, the same education for the rip current. We don't fight the rip current. We conserve our energy and let that push us out, and then we're going to escape through either side and work our way back. But the most important part of that is conserve your energy. Do not fight the rip current. We really want to make sure that if we're out there, we can wave back and forth and we can drag attention. And again, if we're swimming by a lifeguard, they are able to see those telltale signs, and they can see that, you know, someone is in duress, often that they're able to kind of come and, you know, at least be alerted or be on their way. So just make sure you're conserving that energy and moving from side to side. Back to that, to signs of distress. Hollywood portrays it as waving hands back and forth and being able to scream. It's absolutely not like that. As you could see with our photo there, our hands are often below the water, and it's more of a doggy paddled style duress. Oftentimes, you know, the person's head is cocked to where they are able to breathe and, you know, bring in gasps of water, but they're in no way feel comfortable enough, nor is their head high enough to where they are confident enough to scream. So oftentimes you just see that it is gasping, and, you know, it's often like a climbing ladder motion. So again, just bringing attention to, you know, if you're seeing someone who looks like they're struggling and they're not giving those Hollywood unrealistic signs of waving their hands back and forth, or, you know, splishing and splashing around, it most likely is going to be a realistic drowning. So, you know, make sure, check in on those people, and if you're concerned, never go after someone who is drowning. We always want to call an adult, call a lifeguard, or we want to throw something out to them. That's going to be really important. Even our lifeguards, a lifeguard would be told that if someone's in duress, that they're not to go directly to them to where they could be pulled down. So they actually have strategized how they're going to save that person without being pulled down themselves. Hence why we never go after and try to save someone like that. All right, so our takeaways for this afternoon, drowning is fast. We saw that timetable, extremely important. Every second counts for both adults and children. Drowning is silent. It doesn't look like what it looks like in the Hollywood film. We want to make sure we're keeping our eye out for more silent, you know, nervous, doggy paddle-like duress. And then, of course, that it's preventable. There are things we can do. There's those barriers. There's that active adult supervision. There's those classes. There's things that we can do to protect our community, protect our families. And just because you can swim, it doesn't mean you can't sink. The most confident swimmers can go under or have struggles. So thank you so much for your time, and appreciate it. I hope everyone has a safe summer, and we look forward to seeing you at our summer events. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there any questions?
Any questions, Director Searles?
No, I just want to say thank you. I mean, sitting here right now, I just kind of want to stop our meeting, go around the neighborhood and tell everyone to watch the video of you just speaking right now and the slides. That's all I can say is thank you.
Thank you.
Director DeMarco?
No question. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation.
Director Shea?
Thank you, Elizabeth, for being here. Absolutely appreciate you taking the time out and going over these safety concerns, and your presentation was fantastic.
It's a pleasure's all mine. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And within this presentation, we have people within Rossmoor who actually put on a water safety awareness event within Rossmoor. And our board would like to recognize Lindsay Ludwig and Darren Grosh, if I pronounced that correctly, for their water safety awareness event that they actually took time out of their own schedule, and actually it's a matter deep to them, and we would like to acknowledge that. So please come on up.
Carolyn.
Yeah.
Here we go. I know we got some props here somewhere. The first prop is for you, sir. Joking. And I don't think you guys are doing so good. So we're going to put a little spot. You start to get a prop. You guys do so good. So, here's the fun stuff here. So we got just, again, a little thing for what you did. Like, here's Darren for his outstanding today.
Mr. Major, can we give Darren a chance to just kind of verbalize why they're so passionate about? I want to thank Elizabeth and the family for coming out and organizing this and making people aware. We had a bunch of small kids about their kids' age, and it was great information, great education for the community. So you might want to briefly tell your story.
Well, yeah, just really quick, I want to thank Joe Mendoza and the Community Service District for allowing us to put this event on. It's the second year we did it in a row. Our little girl, this is Mara, and
Hey,
she
Mara.
actually did drown in a pool. And we were lucky enough, my wife was quick to find her in the pool, and we were able to do CPR. Wow. And we were able to bring her back. And then the ambulance came and was able to make sure that Mara was okay. But I think the point of the event that we wanted to really put on was to, one, introduce the community to people like Elizabeth and to provide a platform to these wonderful service providers for folks here. And then to remind people to do something. So we really were working to ensure that people knew how to do sidewalk CPR. So we actually had a sidewalk CPR clinic, just to make sure that people know that if they see someone or if a loved one is to drown, to do something, not just to wait for an ambulance or a fire person to come, but actually to take action as quickly as possible. And then I think more importantly that even with barriers and classes and supervision, things happen. So we were really fortunate that Mara was okay, right, Mara? Yeah. Yeah, and we're really lucky that she's here with us. So again, thank you to Joe and the community for letting us be here and provide an opportunity to reach out to the community. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure many of us who have flown out of Long Beach and circled around and have looked at Rossmoor because, hey, there's my house type of thing. We have an abundance of pools in Rossmoor. We are an affluent and blessed community, and I would say on a per capita, we have more pools than just about any Orange County community. So these type of programs from the fire department, but even more importantly from citizens, is very worthwhile. And just a little bit about my background is I was a lifeguard and a water safety instructor. I luckily have never had to perform CPR on anyone, but I have had to save drowning people before. And a little bit different back in the 80s and the techniques we taught, and it was, you go there and if they're crazy, you go underwater and you go behind them so they can't see you. There's different techniques, but again, glad for what you guys did. And again, thank you to see all three of you there. You should be very proud of your parents, you should. So thank you very much. Next up on our agenda, we have the California Highway Patrol Officer, Zepparino. I'm going to do this Valdovinos. Yes! From our own, you were supposed to be here last week, and I think, or last meeting, wasn't he?
Yeah, had you
Not
did.
last week, last meeting, last month.
May have been in New Orleans.
There you go, that sounds more fun. So, officer?
Good evening, board members, district members, and the community members. Thank you for having me up here. We'll just go over some stuff real quick. Nothing super major, but I do have some things. We'll start off with the crashes that we've had in the Rossmoor since this quarter. We've had 8 property damage crashes, no DUIs involved, fortunately. Of those crashes, 5 were unsafe turning movements with 2 hit and runs out of those. 1 was an unsafe backing, and 2 were unsafe speeds. Some things that we're doing to kind of curb that. So we were up from 8 from this quarter, 4 more than last quarter. So last quarter we had 4. This quarter we're up to 8. So some things that we're looking at doing, speed and stop signs for both vehicle and cyclists, citations just being issued. So making a couple more stops. I have my units that work the 405 freeway. I'm having come down in the evening when I'm not here and try and do a little bit more enforcement during that while I do the morning times. So one way to curb those. Parking enforcement, just as a reminder, 72 hours max is a the most you can leave a vehicle parked on the street. So we're going to try and be enforcing that a little bit more. Those are a lot of my phone calls, mostly is parking enforcement. The other, I've been tasked by the state for out-of-state registration. So it's just being heavily monitored by the governor's office, by the legislators. A lot of people that register their cars in Arizona, but work here. I get it. Nobody likes paying registration. It's expensive, but it's just something that we have to do. My office has tasked me with doing the registration for the entire, I guess, the Westminster area. So all the way from La Habra, all the way down to Seal Beach. So it's just things that I'll be, we usually send out a letter for that. It's just a letter like, hey, we've noticed that your vehicle is registered in Arizona, Montana. Can you please comply with the California registration? Let's see. Two good things, I think, is we're planning on 2 DUI checkpoints within the Rossmoor area.
Coming up?
and,
Or-
We're looking at late July. There's things that I have to do before I just put them out there.
Oh, yeah.
I have to have a whole operations plan for it.
But it's
So
in the works, that's great.
It's in the works. So we're looking at late July and late August, so 2.
I don't think, have we ever had?
I don't think so. So, not since I've been here, and I've been here since
This will be the,
2019.
not that I need to be aware, you know, but still, I don't think I've ever heard of Rossmoor
Right.
having a sobriety checkpoint before.
Yeah, so we're focusing on that right now.
Were we
There's-
identified as a problem community?
Nope, it's just,
Oh, okay.
it's a twofold. One is just education.
All right.
The other one is for DUI enforcement, so.
Okay.
So a lot of the time it's just education, but we kind of picked this area. One, we don't think we've ever had one here, and it'd just be good to have it, so.
Interesting.
Let's see, e-bikes. Just want to remind everybody about the e-bikes. There's a difference between the city of Los Al and their codes versus Orange County ordinances. Just to keep everybody on the same kind of page, they have their own things about who can ride on the sidewalks, Los Alamitos and Seal Beach. In the unincorporated area, the Rossmoor area, if you're going to ride on the sidewalk, it's 5 miles per hour for the unincorporated areas.
Would you say that because we're county, do we have stronger codes, or do we have weaker codes when it comes to e-bikes?
I would say they're a little bit more lenient, I guess, on the
So
codes.
this is a more lenient community based
Right.
on us being county? Okay.
Right. But as far as this goes, this is more strict. Just
The
because
sidewalk
The
portion of it.
sidewalk, yeah, 5 miles per hour. If you look at the statistics for bicycles on, doesn't matter if it's an e-bike or a regular bike, a lot of times you can't see past that hedge, that wall. And if you're coming by, somebody's pulling out of a driveway,
Oh,
and you're
yeah.
going 10, 15 miles an hour, it doesn't seem very fast, but a lot of things
Same
can
thing
happen
as
at
with
those things.
skateboards, roller skates,
Exactly.
joggers. Yeah, okay.
So, just a reminder, if you guys have any questions or people have questions, we made a pamphlet at the office, which I have, I can bring more if needed, but you can also go to the CHP website, and it has an e-bike, like little training thing, what are they called? Training,
Module?
yeah, modules. And then just also for that, just yield the right of way to pedestrians, even if you're on an e-bike or a bike. So it's always pedestrians have the right of way on a sidewalk. I guess this month we were able to provide an escort with some funds, some grant funds for the parade. I hope that worked out pretty well. I wasn't here, I was on vacation, so hopefully that worked out for you guys pretty good. Other than that, that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys
Okay.
have any. The biggest one is, like I said, the DUI checkpoints that we're going to be doing.
No, that's
So,
huge. We'll start on this side. Director Shade,
Yes, ma'am.
any questions?
A couple. Let's see, so you mentioned that there was a couple of speed issues that were citations that were issued out. Was that cars or e-bikes?
Cars.
It was cars.
Cars.
Okay. Do you guys give tickets for the e-bikes?
We will. We're trying to, so the waters are muddy with the e-bikes right now, right? Because like I said, the city of Los Alamitos, the city of Seal Beach, they all have different codes, right? That we can enforce those as well, but the county has a different ordinance, and that's the ones that we have to enforce here in the Rossmoor area.
And you mentioned like your website has the little video that you can see.
Right.
Is there any sort of incentive to watch that?
You get a certificate at the very end.
Okay, so
which
it's-
I think is good for both the parents and kids alike. It helps you both like, oh, I didn't know that. There's things that I didn't know as a CHP officer with the e-bike stuff.
Safety.
Yeah, safety's the biggest part of that
The
thing,
key.
so.
Okay.
Yeah, there was things that I didn't realize in there that you were like, oh, wow, that's totally different, so.
Okay.
It's a very good module. It's not very long. It's maybe, 10 minutes.
Something maybe we can link into?
Yes.
From our website?
I'll try and see if we can do that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Oh, no problem.
Director DeMarco.
Yes, officer, thank you very much for coming tonight. So, let me start with, what's the difference between an e-bike and an e-motorcycle? I know it's been in the news on the west side of LA.
Sure. So there's the e-bikes, they have certain speeds. So don't quote me on this, but there's certain speeds that you can go. I think once you hit over 24 miles an hour, 27, somewhere around there, now it becomes almost like a moped. Now you have to have an endorsement. You have to have a driver's license for it. So it
Can you
becomes an
tell
M2.
that by looking at it, or just by the speed?
It'll be the speed and if it doesn't have pedals. So if it doesn't have any kind of pedals on it, it becomes a moped or a motorcycle.
Oh,
So-
okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, so e-bikes are the same thing. There's a lot of e-bikes out there right now. There's the ones that are kind of up there in price. They go fast. They're
But they
usually
got
like
pedals on it.
But they, sometimes. Well, most of the
That's the
e-bikes, yes.
loophole.
That's
Yeah.
the loophole. If they don't have pedals on it, you have to have a M2 license for
Okay.
it. So and most of those people, it's a nightmare. You
Do
have to
you know of-
register it, you gotta.
Do you know of these high-end e-bikes that have pedals that go over 24 miles an hour?
Yes, there's
Okay, so
some,
there are
and
some.
there's jailbreaks for them, for these bikes
Yeah,
that you can make them go
got it.
faster, so.
When you say all sidewalks 5 miles an hour, that's all throughout, I'm just talking about Rossmoor, all throughout Rossmoor, both sides of the sidewalk on Montecito, right?
Correct,
All throughout our parks?
correct.
Okay. Is there a way that you can get to Carolyn based on, e-bikes, e-motorcycles, all the things we're talking about now, kind of a list of the OC ordinances that you can cite or that are the laws of county, and get them over to Carolyn so we can probably post them and promote them?
Sure.
Because the sidewalk thing, 5 miles an hour, they don't go 5 miles an hour, they go 15.
I don't
or
remember
more.
going 5 miles an hour when I was a kid either, so.
You guys still have that phone number, right? That residents can call and make complaints?
Correct. Yeah,
Group
they
of
go to
e-bikers
me.
going 20 miles an hour or whatever. And again, those complaints, I know we're not going to probably solve the problem at that time, but you're going to get an incident that maybe if you get several of them, then you might focus on manpower there if it's becoming a problem.
Right.
Right?
We did I don't know if you remember this, last quarter, we did a saturation for the e-bikes. I think it was in March, the very beginning of March. I had 8 or 9 of my motors come out, a couple car cops, my captain came out. We had the legislator staffers come out.
Oh,
Yeah, so
good. Tell us about that. So that was last month?
March, I think. It was either
Oh.
March, early March, late February, I think.
Okay.
We have grant money for all of this, so we came out. It was more of an educational thing, but we, like all the kids that were coming out.
Yep.
So we did it right after school let out, around 2-ish. Started at like 1:30 to about 3:30, 4 o'clock. Yeah, just stopping kids, just telling them like, hey, handing out those pamphlets that the Westminster office has. Just telling them like, hey, this is what you're supposed to be doing, this is different. That's where we found out that there was a little bit of confusion with LaSalle and unincorporated or
That's a
Orange
very
County.
good point, too, that I'd love to get put out to our residents that, here's county code, and this is what you guys are following. It's different than Los Al and Seal Beach.
Right, because a lot of kids, I guess, were doing that. They had, Los Alamitos had a training class, which is great.
Yeah, the school district.
Right, which I think gives you at least really good information, but there's some little bit things that are different with the Orange County versus Los Al.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
but yeah, we had the legislator staffers come out, they rode with me, my captain came out, 9 motors, stopping kids all over the place when they were riding, so just kind of giving them more of an educational, be like, hey, just be careful of stop signs, you still have to stop for a stop sign, even if you're on the sidewalk, and you're on an e-bike, it's all the same rules
They
still
rarely
apply.
do.
So, but yes, I will,
Would love just, we can expand on it, just the basic ones, just, we'll start, feeding that or having a page on our website or something to where, or do blasts on, even if it's like the first round and we update it, if you can digitize your pamphlets and everything, we can post that.
Sure.
But getting that information out, because the 5 mile an hour on the sidewalk, I did not know. That's a great one. What is your, only because this is on our agenda for later, what's your opinion about the speed limit on Montecito? How, Bradbury's 25, all throughout Rossmoor's 25, and then on the loop of Montecito and St. Cloud, it's 35. Do you have any opinion on that?
the opinion that I have is people just need to slow down. I get it, busy morning, you're late to work, all that stuff. I always try and tell people you're never going to get there any faster by, running a stop sign or going 10 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. You'll save, 10 seconds getting to work or picking up your kids. It's just slow down. So the only way I can enforce that is coming out here
Yep.
and just stopping people. And citations usually work. So
Yep.
if it becomes a super big issue, usually on Montecito, last quarter, we didn't have the crashes that we had. They were mostly, like I said, unsafe turning movements, which is usually somebody hitting a parked car. But I'm hoping to quell that problem of not having crashes. I don't need to be taking, a vehicle versus a pedestrian or a vehicle versus a bike just because somebody's in a rush.
So my follow-up, would you, if this board were to, ask the county to reduce the speed limit to where all of Rossmoor's 25, would you support something like that? Like, you would not be against, this board asking the county to reduce Montecito to 25 instead of 35?
I'm always in favor of safer speed
Okay,
limits.
that's where, thank you. All right, thank you, officer, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. My first question would be about head count. I think the last time you were here, you're slowly adding on additional officers, and I'm just
Correct.
curious what the status of that is.
So we added, at our office, we added 4 new officers that just came in, what month are we, June? In April. Hopefully we're getting another one in July, and we're gonna get another one in September, November. So we're slowly trickling to get more officers. The department as a whole, we're sending about 160 people through the academy at a time. They're like don't quote me, I think it's every 2 months they're having a new class come in, or every 3 months, I think it is. So every 3 months they're having 160 people come in. So it's getting there slowly. But our commissioner's goal right now is within 2 years to be fully staffed. So if we can do that, I think we'll be on the right track.
Well, that's excellent. And additionally, what's the status of the volunteer program that you were working on?
So the volunteer program, on a side note on that one, Officer Mitch got promoted, Mitch Smith. He promoted up to headquarters. So I got a little in with him so I can talk to people if we need something. But Officer Dwayne Graham, he used to be the PIO here before. He is now the PIO again. He's the one that is running the volunteer program. The senior volunteers is pretty strong right now. We have a lot of the senior volunteers that are really interested in making a difference. They come out here, they help me out. They pull the radar trailer, they do the school events, all the stuff. So it's pretty strong. Nobody's leaving, so it's doing good.
Perfect. I just want to say thank you. I do notice the additional presence. I notice it commuting as well. I know you have more officers because I see there's speed enforcement. It's not just reaction, it's proactive.
Right.
So thankful for you and your officers.
I appreciate it.
Thankful for your participation in the torch run. That's always good to see. And yeah, otherwise, have a safe summer and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I too want to thank you, and I just want to, not to over harp on it, but definitely slower speeds save lives.
Yes.
I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, it's
Okay.
statistically shown that if the slower you go, the safer the speeds.
And then it also
Or, I'm sorry, the
is
safer
safer
the-
for injuries, property damage.
Yes.
And if Rossmoor did somehow, with the county's help, just have an easy-to-remember 25-mile speed limit, that would be a good thing.
Yes. it's always
Okay,
a good
I
thing.
just wanted to make sure that we have that. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Moving along, we have a public forum. We have one card in here. There's always room for another. This is Kevin Boylan, who lives on Montecito Road. Interesting enough, we were just talking about Montecito, so thanks for joining us today, Kevin.
Good evening. How are you all?
Doing good.
What I had come to the meeting hoping to discuss was the issue of traffic management, and we've just kind of had a quick briefing by the Highway Patrol, and I appreciate Officer Valdivino's comments about that. I was in this room, several months ago when we had the presentation from the County of Orange with respect to the study and the recommendations that were being made. And I think President Maynard had indicated at that time, this community tends to be change averse in many ways. And it's just difficult to look at things in a new way. I'm not going to go back over that study. It's the responsibility of this board to try to find a way to solve a problem because it remains. But I would like to address at least one concern that I do have, and it has to do with the safety of the young people that we have in the community, particularly those adjacent to Rossmoor School. I live on Montecito. I got a bird's eye view of what goes on there every single day. Rossmoor School is a 7-day-a-week activity now. During the school year, people are coming and going in the morning and in the afternoon. Saturdays and Sundays, the soccer fields are full, and I think that's great. What isn't so great, I think, are the hazards that a lot of those people are being exposed to because of the fact that young people are entering and exiting vehicles while traffic is moving very quickly all around them. And I wonder if the board has ever considered, by the way, I think Ross Cortese, the founder of Rossmoor, one of his worst ideas was putting a 4-lane highway through a residential community. Nonetheless, that's what we have under the current situation. But there were several circumstances. I think one today, we had the Orange County Public Works Department restriping Bradbury. And a number of years ago, that loop from Shakespeare to Bostonian, adjacent on the east side of the school, was also restriped. And I'd like to ask if there has been ever a consideration of restriping that section on the west side of Rossmoor School, similar to what we have on the loop going on the east side. Because my experience, just observing traffic, is that there's still going to be speeding. You're not going to stop all of that, and people will make bad choices. But so many young people and their parents are entering and exiting vehicles. It's really tight. That 4-lane road with a parking spot on either side. On a school day, you see them crossing the street. The width of Bostonian and Montecito is about the same, adjacent to the school. And we converted that into a 1-lane area. Has there been any consideration of doing the same thing on Montecito between Shakespeare and Bostonian?
Was that a question?
It certainly was.
And so I'm sure you were at the meetings that
Yes, sir.
we had. So one of the ideas from the county traffic was to do just that, one of the options was to make it just like Bradbury with a median, with a turn lane in the center, and then a 2-lane highway, and then one had a bike lane, one did not. So,
Right.
again, this is public forum. This is like a bigger question, but as to we haven't heard back from county. So we had the last meeting, and I don't think they've come back with what they're going to do. But certainly, the way you opened your comment was Rossmoor doesn't like change. And if you were at the last meeting of the traffic committee, no, it was actually it was actually supposed to be a board meeting, it just became a traffic meeting. The vast majority of the people who came to that meeting did not want any change. So it's just very difficult to get change, even if it's safety change. So I'm still open to, to discussing this. I know the county made spent a lot of money on all these studies, and I still think there still needs to be dialogue into making Montecito safer. I know that we have an agenda item or a discussion tonight about the speed limit on Montecito that we want to see reduced, I believe. We're going to discuss it. But it's just, listen, you know how county is. We're just a service district. That's not our jurisdiction. So it's like you got to bring county in, you got to bring traffic in, and it's just this slow-moving entity. The more people that want the change, that are focused on that change, we're going to get it quicker. But if no one wants change, and the majority is that,
Well, see, the problem with that is that if there is no change, something bad is going to happen.
agreed.
Yeah.
And we're all going to be responsible for that. And I just can't in good conscience stand up here and say that's the right thing to do. And sometimes you need to push against what the resistance to change may well be. When the changes regarding striping on the loop Shakespeare to Bostonian were implemented, I didn't hear any huge outcry. I don't know if you did, but I
wasn't
didn't.
even aware that it happened. I live in a different part of Rossmoor.
Talking about Bradbury?
Right. But I
think
guess,
he's talking, you're talking Montecito in between Shakespeare as it loops around the school to Boston.
basically on the east side of the school.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's only
Where
one line.
Rossmoor Way comes
Yeah,
in.
it moved it way over.
Right.
I don't go that way.
And
so
you
I
know,
don't
we
travel.
kind of, it was a little bit of a head scratcher, but everybody adjusted to it. And it didn't become a high mass in any particular way. And frankly, I think it's a better situation and the circumstance over there right now. I just see too many people getting in and out of their cars and a lot of double parking occurring, particularly on the school side of Montecito, where the fields are, as people are entering and exiting and waiting for a parking place.
Yeah. I think one of the things that came to my mind after all these different studies, they kept on treating kind of Montecito as one highway, if you will. I personally think that Rossmoor School being its island, it needs its own plan, just for Rossmoor School. It is one of the destinations where people go to. And then obviously we've got what we call the corridor. And I agree, Rossmoor should never, and I've been very vocal, should have a 4-lane highway. We don't need highways. So I've always been a proponent of slower speed limits and a little bit more careful consideration, especially around schools.
Yeah.
And I
You know-
think Rossmoor School needs its own solution around the whole,
I agree.
all sides, which is different than the rest of Montecito.
I mean, in that study, there were some poison pills, let's be honest.
There was what?
Poison.
There were some poison pills. There were some features in there that nobody
The Rotary. as an
nobody
example.
cared for,
Yeah.
and it sort of colored the opinion about many of the recommendations that we're making. And frankly, there was a lot to dislike in that study, I thought. But nonetheless, we're trying to move toward a more safe environment. And I think it first begins with creating a cone of safety around Rossmoor School.
I would suggest that, and this works in county areas, I would ask you, what are your neighbors around the school thinking? And I would get, because you're talking about what President Maynard's saying, its own little plan or its own little traffic plan around Rossmoor School.
Well, it has unique problems, I would say.
Yes,
So-
well, no, because that's where you live, it's like, I would suggest that you survey your neighbors and see what they believe, if it's like-minded, like, hey, we should do something about the safety around the school. We do have a traffic committee. You can write a letter to the traffic person herself, okay, and suggest a remedy. This is all, it's all on the mind because they just did this huge study. And you're right, there were several features in it, but even at our meetings, I made sure hey, there's 1 piece, 2 piece, 3 piece, 4 piece, we don't have to have any, or you can just pick one, let's just talk about it. But you're right, there were some biggies that were like monumental changes that kind of affected in my opinion, the opinion of residents, right? Where everything's bad.
Right.
So I would suggest, instead of just you, there's 5 or 10 of you that say, hey, something, the traffic pattern around Rossmoor School needs to be looked at, which it already has, and maybe we bring this back up and we limit it to the Orangewood, Montecito, and the Bostonian Loop, and dive into that. How do we make it more safer? I agree, I live on Bostonian, that it is 7 days a week. It's a different package of traffic than the rest of Montecito, St. Cloud. So it's just different, and there's a lot of kids. There's a lot of kids, a lot of people,
A lot of kids.
Saturday and Sunday.
Well, let me start by saying my wife is clairvoyant. She said if I came here and made a presentation, I would get an assignment. So,
Well,
but let me ask a question. If I were to do that, what next?
well,
I mean, I have no problem knocking on doors. We've got good neighbors.
So to just limit this discussion on public forum, I would speak with Mr. Mendoza, who's fully aware of the process. Again, we don't have jurisdiction, but you're a concerned resident, and we are a body, and we have staff, and we know the county and the traffic. So I would consult with Mr. Mendoza on different remedies to get to people to look at the safety around Rossmoor School. Might even be bringing the school district in on it too. Okay, so the more people we have, more eyeballs on something, okay, tend to get the ball rolling, especially if it just impacts a small amount of people. The thing about with our meetings, it's the residents thought, oh, it's going to impact them greatly by reducing it down to 2 lanes.
Right.
A lot of people felt that for some reason. I don't see how it did. We don't get a lot of traffic except in the mornings and between 2 and 3 o'clock. But again, that's just my opinion.
Okay, so if I were to go knocking on doors,
Yes.
and I'm prepared to do that, but if I were to go knocking on doors and got a persuasive number of people, will you support it?
I would, again, I'm speaking one.
I'll ask each of you individually.
Yeah, but
I'll answer that
Go ahead.
question. One, we support community involvement, especially when there's more equity, such as you living across the street. We do have a traffic committee that you can bring your proposal to that committee. Mr. Mendoza is the gatekeeper of when these committees meet. That committee then will see your recommendation, work with you, vet it, and then bring it back to this board with a recommendation. Do we bring it to the county? What are our thoughts on it? So there is a process. And I could tell you anything that makes Rossmoor safer, especially speeds, especially near schools. You have my ear.
Okay,
And I also then challenge the traffic committee is look at the circles around each school. Look at Hopkinson, look at Lee, look at Weaver. Do we have the right safe environment for all of our schools? Now, granted, I know your environment is probably, well, not probably, is the worst. You got a 4-lane highway in front of the school.
right.
I have driven that, and I learned a long time ago, I do not take Montecito in that direction when kids are being dropped off or picked off from school. I go around it because I don't want to add more congestion. And it is crazy, the people crossing the street. I've personally seen what you've seen. It's nuts. But back to your question is, does something happen when you get involved? One, you earn our respect. Yes, we got your back. I would love to see your proposal with your neighborhood involvement, you know, putting in their 2 cents and having this formalized with our committee.
Okay.
I hope that answers.
It does for you.
Okay.
Could I do a quick show of hands?
Well, this is an open
No, I
forum.
know, I understand.
We
I'm
can't
not-
take a vote on anything, and you're asking us to vote for something
No, I'm
at
not.
a time that
No,
we
I'm
can't.
not.
So,
But can we agree that Rossmoor School represents a unique zone?
compared to the other school, yes, you got,
I mean, just because it's
you've got
surrounded by
it's the,
big...
it's a school, it's the only school in Rossmoor that's on a 4-lane highway. So by definition, yes.
Okay.
We would all agree to that.
Okay,
But thank you.
all right, thank you.
You bet.
You'll probably see me again somewhere, I'm
Great.
not sure.
I'd love to see you every month.
Well, you won't see me that often. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
All right.
Moving along, is there any other public forum? Nope, okay. We're going to move straight to consent calendar. We have minutes and our April revenue. We can vote this all as one as a consent, unless one of our board members would like to break them up into separate items for discussion.
I'd like to discuss the expenditures, monthly expenditures.
Okay, so hold on that. So if you want to do that, that means they're broken out. Is there any motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor of approving the consent calendar E1, please say aye.
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 Okay. Mr. Searles, please take it away for the April revenue. What questions do you have?
First, I do want to say I appreciate the including of the correspondence in our minutes earlier. I don't want to ignore that that was done, so thank you to Carolyn and Joe for including the correspondence from a resident. I guess what I was looking at in the expenditures and in the warrants, I don't know, Mike, if you want to come up and help with the accounting discussion on what's going on with our, I guess, this report in general as to how it's presented. So I was noticing we put a lot of expenses in a category for under administration, and it's not by park. So if we do a bench at Rush Park, it's under administration, or it might be under, or either park. And my question to Mike is that our new accounting, is that we're no longer allocating the expenditures per park, and we're just putting it all in administrative, and we're going to be getting rid of the janitorial and the building and maintenance? Is that the direction that we're going with our accounting?
Yes, with the janitorial supplies, what was happening is it was previously budgeted, the janitorial supplies, I think it's 5032, that was in the various parks, but we would get invoices and we would buy bulk toilet paper, paper towels, and things like that. And they were just being allocated by percentages. No one had tracked how much was going to every park. And so I pointed out, I said, if we want to continue that, we can, but it kind of gives a false sense of what the costs are for each of those parks. If we buy bulk toilet paper and we store them here and then we just take them out as needed to the various places, if we're not tracking them, then it's difficult, it's arbitrary to just allocate and say 10% is going to this park and 40% is Rush Park and Rossmoor Park has 30%. Those are arbitrary numbers and don't really have meaning if no one has tracked the usage of those products, and they're not wildly expensive. So in last year's budget, we moved them, in this year's 23-24 budget, we moved those expenses into administration and took them out of those others. But it didn't mean that you actually had the costs. We were allocating a lot of invoices in the prior years to the various parks. Single invoice comes in for buying supplies, they would just get divvied up by these percentages. It may look like you had a better detail of what it was costing to operate each park, but those numbers were just made up.
Okay, so that explains the janitorial supplies, but what about buildings and grounds maintenance?
I believe that was a similar category, so we would get mulch or seed or stuff like that, and it was being used at multiple parks, but we weren't tracking where they were being used, and so we would get the invoice, code it to the multiple parks, and I said, if we're just doing this based on flat percentages, then my suggestion last year was, let's just put it into admin, because we don't know where those truly belong.
Okay, so then a Rush Park picnic table that's $3,700, should that be in the general or should that be to Rush Park?
Well, if we knew it was a $3,700 one for Rush Park, we could code it there, but we would then have to budget some in the individual parks and some in admin, which would be the things that we're not allocating out.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate the discussion, because I guess that'll lead to the budget side of things in this meeting. That's, okay.
Well, now is an appropriate time. We're looking at the April expenditure.
Yeah.
You're seeing the way that we are reporting a given month. Any reporting question, format, policy, since you brought it up, now's the time to talk about it, versus a budget when we're talking about a budget,
Okay.
not how we account for a budget.
Okay, so yeah, I would say I'm opposed to bundling it all in and as administrative. I think one of the very common discussions that's been had in the last, year roughly, is about how much money is spent at each park, and how one park in a particular part of the neighborhood doesn't get the same resources that the other park does. But if these numbers are just bundled in, then we don't see that anymore. We don't see the improvements that are made at a park that aren't capital improvements, but nonetheless, they are pretty solid expenditures. $3,700 for picnic tables at one park versus not at another. When you look at our budget for 23, 24, those do show that we're supposedly going to spend the same amounts at each park, but if you don't include that next year, you're not going to see how the money is spent equally between the parks or proportionally in any way.
If I may, Michael, Director Sherrill, I think we've talked about this before.
I'm not sure if your microphone is on, and this is important. Is
Am
this
I on?
microphone on?
It's on, you just
Okay.
bring it closer.
Okay,
This is
I know
important.
we've talked about this many times before, and what you're bringing up, and it's not vague, you're actually saying it, that we're showing favoritism. And that's not even close. So my point is, if you want a breakout, I will print that out. Mike and I will break it out. We'll show you what the breakout is. We're just going on an as-needed basis of what each park needs. And I don't think anybody's showing favoritism towards one park or the other. That's not even close.
Okay, well then I'm going to step backward for a moment and say that our current allocations for April are all wrong, because we have a budget that says they're supposed to be in these particular park-by-park allocations, and we're not doing that. We're putting it into a general administrative.
So which one are you referring to?
So if you look at page, page 28.
This is based on the agenda packet sent out on Friday?
Yeah, it's actually page 29 of a PDF, but it's page 28 in the lower right.
Thank you for the lower right, that's how I look at it.
Okay. So then you look down at the next to bottom entry has, Yeah,
Okay.
I'm seeing health and wellness under
No, no,
special
no.
event.
just above that.
Oh.
Just above the health and wellness
Says
item,
two
two
picnic tables,
picnic tables.
For
Tony
Rush
sees it.
Park.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Page 28?
yep, 28,
the-
it's on the bottom right, page 28.
So this is in the April, we're accounting for it. It says that it's in Rush Park.
but if you look in the account that it's allocated to, it's in 5010, which is a general fund and not in a specific park fund, even though our budget for 23-24 has specific park funds that these should be going into.
Are you specifically talking about, and I think you might have brought this up, and I think I ran a report. Are you specifically talking about the elite special event, the wellness fair?
No, right above it, it's a expenditure for David Hong Association, I apologize, I can barely, Associates. It's got two picnic tables, Rush Park, $3,714, and it's accounted to the general fund and not into the Rush Park Fund, which is where it should be based on our budget that we set for last year.
I'm lost. I don't know what page you're on.
Okay,
I
So
can't-
was the 30s, so Mike, was-
He's going by a piece of paper, we've got a
Yeah.
digital, so that might be
Yeah.
the issue there.
so, okay, so the 3714,
I don't
what
have
bucket did
that.
that come out of?
I don't have that in front of me, so I don't,
So this is, it's the claim approval list for the accounting period of 5/24, and you have 772 line, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 772 line, David Bang Associates, two picnic tables, Rush Park, and then picnic tables, 3714, and then it's, I think it's account 5010 and object 5032. So it's,
is that building and grounds maintenance?
Yes,
Okay,
but that's the administration to 5010, not in 5050, which is for Rush Park.
so is there a budget in 5050 5032?
No, but I don't understand, because we have all the other buildings and improvements, we have miscellaneous expenditures.
so it's classified wrong.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
capital accounts, the 6005 accounts, those are individual to the park because those are the larger projects. I believe the flooring was somewhere in the neighborhood of 60,000 in here. The resurfacing of the courts at Rossmoor Park, I think was somewhere around $65,000, $70,000. And I think I've seen some projects down to $20,000 going into those accounts. The 3,700, that's a pretty, in my view, that's a pretty small dollar amount. I wasn't the one to originally code it, but I didn't object to the coding. I didn't see that as something that was inappropriate. So when it was presented and I saw that, I thought, that looks okay to me. I mean, replacing two park benches, $3,700 in total. Building and grounds maintenance, is it building? It's probably not the building, it's grounds. I mean, it seems like it's appropriate, and it's under $5,000. It seems like that's an appropriate place for it. If Rush Park had a 5032 account budgeted for the year, that would have been a better place for it than an admin. But I believe we moved all of them because most of what goes into 5032 are things that are not specifically identified to a park. But that 3,700 could have been put into Rush Park, but there is no budget there. We didn't leave some budget in there because the vast majority of it were things that couldn't be specifically identified to an individual park. And that's why they were consolidated all under admin.
Okay, I understand. I guess my issue.
I'm confused.
Well, it was zeroed out for 23, 24, and it's zeroed out again for 24, 25.
What's
Where-
zeroed out?
What's
The,
zeroed
the,
out?
the fund, and so the account, if you look in our budget that's
Well,
coming forward.
What page are you jumping to now? Because we're talking just now, we're talking about the revenue and expenditure.
Right,
We had
if-
some questions on how it was formatted, policy.
All right, you
how
asked a
we
question, I'd like to
divvied it up.
answer
We're
your
just going-
question. If you look at the budget and say, for example, page 44.
So we're,
On
Page
the
44
budget
on the bottom
agenda.
right, it's page 45.
Of
This
the-
is
but
looking,
that's of
of the
next
new
year's
budget?
budget, and this is under April, so I'm starting to get
you
confused
asked
now.
me to discuss both the current and the proposed now.
No, I did not. I did not ask you to talk about the budget. I said this is the April.
Okay.
What we're talking about formatting and accounting. Accounting is different than the budget. I did not mean to imply if I did. We are not talking about the budget until we open the public hearing.
Okay, then I will move on to other items. So I guess this will start with Mr. Mendoza. There are 2 expenditures in the warrants for the butterfly sign. I was hoping you could explain where those come from.
What page are you on?
Page 31 in the bottom right and page 32.
31. Okay, so arts and craft butterfly sign is 31.
Let's see the butterfly sign.
Okay, and then 32 is
Are you saying
another
that
butterfly.
we double entered one?
We don't, no, there was a check, unbelievable, but there was a check that was sent out with the wrong name on it. We had to void it and we issued a new one. It's just a turnaround, that's all.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
That's great. That's all,
A
explanation.
butterfly sign? Okay.
What? You don't think $300 matter to people? Then, I mean, we can give it all up. Everyone can give $300 every day.
You could have called me and asked me, that's all.
Well,
I mean, this is, go ahead, though.
I want to also applaud when I look at the warrants that I see Carolyn went and got training. So thank you. I wouldn't see that otherwise if we don't have the warrant. So
Tester.
But I do have a question, Mike, in the bottom of 28, for those who have agenda packets, we have the health and wellness, and we have different allocations on that. And just wondering if you could explain why it would fit in different budgets there.
That was my decision, because we didn't plan on doing a health and wellness fair. We decided to do it middle of the season, and we took some cost associated with Rush Park, I think, and one was, I'm not even looking at, but a rental, and we had some money in rentals at Rush Park, so we took pieces of out of there, and then banners, it was marketing and printing, so we took some money out of the printing, and I think it was a stage, and yeah, so we just broke it up a little, so we weren't killing the 5017, I believe, but we were, you know,
You're talking about the elite special
Yeah.
events?
distributing some of the
Okay.
cost, yes.
And so I would say I'm extremely opposed to that kind of moving of money. When I want to look at 5017, I want to know what we spent in that field. And if we're taking money from other areas, when we do our budget for next year, we're not going to know exactly how much 5017 needed this year because we've grabbed money from elsewhere and we didn't put it where it belonged.
I see 5050, 5010, 502. Where was what number did you just bring up?
5017, it's the second.
5017. Oh, there we go. It's the one at the
It's
bottom.
5020 5017.
What is 501? What's the distinction between 5017, 5012, and 5051? What? I know that no one memorizes this stuff, but what is the big distinction? Because guys, at the end of the
5017
day,
is
we
our
don't have
community
cost
event.
accounting.
5017 is our community events.
Okay, that seems logical then.
50, what's the other one?
12 is printing.
And it's printing.
Okay, because you're printing up
Banners.
something for this
So
event.
basically, I'll just summarize it. It was the general manager's decision.
Okay.
If I didn't make the right decision and you want to move it back in there, we can. That's all.
And I'm expressing in this discussion that I'm opposed to grabbing money out of other areas when it explicitly belongs in community events. The Health and Wellness Fair has no other purpose but as a community event. And so the budgeting for it for next year should be really well understood, that this is what it cost us this year, so next year we would expect it to cost this amount. If we take the money and we grab it from elsewhere and we don't account for it properly this year, we're not going to necessarily have the sufficient budget for next year because we've under-accounted for what it actually cost us this year.
If
I've got a quick question.
If I may?
No, I just have one question, though.
Okay.
I see different data fields in this report. So if you actually next year looked up the data field 1124, 04, and then it says health and wellness, will every line item that was allocated for that event show up and help you with the planning of next year?
When we go to do it, yes.
Okay.
But let me take it a step farther here. That 5017, the community events, it's a pot of money. We do get a good amount of sponsorships that we put in our variance report that we do every month, that, hey, we're going over here, but we've raised $30,000, so we're covering that extended expenses. For instance, I tried to help the farmers market, and I was trying to draw some more patrons in to buy and to come and enjoy it. So we figured out to do some kids acts and some crafts and some, shows and things like that, magic shows. And out of that community, I knew we had some extra money. I knew we were going to bring in some sponsors. So I made the decision to take it out of there. So we did a series of those. It worked for a while. We're going to introduce them again, but we're keeping a good eye on the budget. And so, yeah, is there some flexibility? Is there some decision-making? Yes. If you ever asked, I would very much give you the information. Nobody's hiding money or hiding expenses. And so if that's the question, yes, I moved it over there, and it was a general manager's decision.
I'm not resolved to agree that that's better budgeting practice when you don't.
How do you do it at home?
You're talking accounting practices, not budgeting practices.
But to the point, Mike, when you are doing the accounting, are you going to see all the elite service, the elite events at the end of the year? Are you going to go through all those together, or are you going to say, I got these fields, and this is the amount of money that has been coded in all the warrants?
I do generally look at the aggregated, what you see in the monthly report. But you realize for the elite, the portion that went to printing was actually printing of banners. If you had had somebody else print those, if you had gone to Sir Speedy and printed them, would you have said that has to go to the event? When we do also have another budget line item for printing, and we also have the 50/20, 50/17, which is the community event, I think you can make an argument that the banner for the event could go under either one.
Yeah, I'm just going to put out the comment, this is a lot of, I hate to say this, minutia. This is a lot of facts. We do not have cost accounting, so I completely agree with toilet paper. We don't have the proper systems, nor should we as a small community, that can allocate the amount of squares that go into one bathroom versus one park versus another. I do agree that anything, again, we are small, so what is sizable? We've never really drawn the line in the sand, except for our general manager has discretionary ability to make $5,000 decisions. We needed park benches, he did that. I understand why we would want to see how much investment we do in each park. That there makes sense to me. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to squabble when it comes to percentages of spend over an accounting process when we have paid professionals, a general manager who's been in Parks and Rec for 30, 40 years. We have brought on an accountant. We don't have our own accounting staff, so we have to rely on vendors who are doing the best. I do believe, Director Searles, some of the question is very accusatory, and I don't really think builds anything. I understand, again, your points of view, but I think for this here, it's time for a motion for the consent to approve.
I'd like to
the
ask for one more
I'm still
explanation.
talking. I'm asking for a motion to approve this revenue and expenditure report, even though you don't like the way that things were journalized. But go ahead.
Well, I'd just like a clarification on another item. There's an expenditure on page 32, bottom right, for Pacific Sound Control. It has Rush Park event quote,
What page was that?
$3,400.20. Page 32 on the bottom right.
32.
3420, yeah, Rush Park event quotes, that one?
Yes, please.
You remember?
Okay.
Probably sound equipment, but I'm not certain.
Do you see what we're seeing, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, but I don't recall what that's for.
So
I'd have to look it up.
5324 Rush Park event quotes, 3420.
Well, it's coded to the 3rd of, well, I'm sorry, not coded, dated May 3rd. Is that the date that the invoice was paid for, the invoice was received, or the work performed? What was it for?
I don't recall at this point. I'd have to go back and look at the record.
All right, if you could elaborate, that would be appreciated, because unfortunately, because it's in that building and grounds and maintenance, I really can't tell what this expenditure is for, so I'd just like an explanation.
And that's an appropriate question, which he doesn't have an answer for tonight.
With that, I'll move to a second your call for approval.
A second.
Okay. So we do have a motion to approve the revenue and expenditure for April 2024. We also have a direction for the general manager to get back to define what Rush Park event quote $3,420 is. Let's take all in favor say aye. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there a nay? Nope. Great, thanks. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask for a little break before our public hearing on F. Just a 5-minute break, as it's almost 9 o'clock. We'll resume 9 o'clock per that clock, but a quick little break.
All right,
So,
public
little
hearing.
recess.
We're on F1, right?
Have a seat, Joe. Okay. Thank you for allowing us a quick recess. This brings us to a different portion of our meeting where we're having a public hearing. This is item F1 on our agenda. The public hearing is our fiscal year 2024-25 proposed final budget for the Rossmoor Community Service District. As you know, we did a draft 3 months ago, followed by a first reading, and then last month, a second meeting. I did ask Mr. Mendoza and staff to give us a super summary. Does everyone have one? A super summary, just as a highlight, here's the budgeting, what it means to staff, capital improvement, and miscellaneous. So we have this that will also be part of public record. But with all that said, public hearing is now open. Tarquin, do I open this up to public comment? What's the proper order now?
So, thank you. Typically, you can have brief discussion if any questions to staff.
Okay.
And then at that point, you would then open up to the public comment and then close public comment and bring it back for deliberation.
Thank you for the organization. So, Mr. Mendoza, take it away.
Thank you, President Maynard, members of the board. This is our final reading of our 2024-25 budget. I want to thank Carolyn for working with us and putting this together, and also putting a public notice out in the local newspaper. And I'm going to give you some highlights, and Mr. Matsumoto's here to answer any questions along with myself. And we're hoping to ratify this budget tonight. But some of the highlights within this budget include the staff increase of 3% cost of living, which has been discussed twice before in previous meetings. The total increase of the staffing portion of this budget is $14,262.22 for compared to last year. We requested, and I believe the board has confirmed, but tonight also to get ratified, is the addition of a maximum 3% deferred compensation employee matching program for full-time employees, excluding myself, the general manager, part-time employees, elected officials, and independent contractors. Cost of the district, assuming enrollment in the plan by all eligible employees are at a maximum 3%, would be an annual $10,883. That's only if each employee took advantage of it, and that's an unknown, but that would be the increase there. Increased employee medical insurance has risen from $87,400 in fiscal year 23-24 to $99,780 in 24-25. We're not happy with that. We're looking at different coverages. We're looking at negotiating cost with the Kaiser Foundation that provides our service, so that's in the works. Capital improvements, the flooring replacement here at Rush Park, as you can see, has been completed. We're really happy with it. We've had one wedding, and I believe in the back there was a comment by the organizer that they really appreciated the dance floor and the carpeting, and they had a good time. We have a big wedding coming up this Saturday. It's going to be pretty big. They're getting married under the Canopy A, and then they're coming in here. And both of these, coincidentally, are long-term Rossmoor residents. They grew up in the area, and now they're getting married here. It's pretty cool. Court conversion and resurfacing was also completed in the amount of $61,395. There was a small change order that I'm going to code to the general fund because it was the fencing. So you'll see a breakout on that in our next invoice. The Rossmoor Park Canopy project will be next in line. The CIP anticipated to be completed in 2024 by the end of the year. A review of the project will be scheduled with the Capital Improvement Project Committee in the near future. I have a proposal from our architect to finalize the plans, and because it's been, 4 years since we started them, and they're a rough draft, and the county has changed some, I guess, requirements, and they also went from, during COVID, which I tried to get them a couple times, over the counter, and they went to online. So you have to submit everything online. So it's a whole different game now. Miscellaneous. Increase in street sweeping reimbursement. We did get approval from the county. We have agreement that they will reimburse us for our street sweeping invoices for the next 20 years, and they will adjust it accordingly at cost of living and make sure that we're covered for that service. Election year fees imposed by the county. We have an election coming up, and each election time, the county does impose fees to conduct the election and to make sure that everything is in line. And this year, we're anticipating, they haven't come out with a bill yet, 13,820. And I'm hoping that's it, because last time it was about that amount, but they said were working off some kind of grant, and that's why it was so low. In my opinion, it's very high, but we'll see what happens. Increase in community events. We went from 63,000 to 68 to cover the rising cost of services. So that's just the highlights I believe that you might want to know about. This will be in the minutes. And with that, I will...
But one more thing before we finish there. Because this is a public record, I think we need to change the title. Because under capital improvement, you give what we just finished and accomplished. So let's change this to, instead of budget highlight, call it monetary highlights, and make it last year's fiscal and this year's. So while it's not a super summary of the entire budget, it did deviate into what we did this year. So calling it a budget highlight is inappropriate.
Okay.
So just rename it monetary or something, monetary highlights, since it will be a public record.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if I interrupted, so
No.
what else is on?
That concludes my report, I believe.
That's your report?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe this is, we went over this a couple of times now, so if you have any questions, like I said, Mr. Matsumoto's here to help me in answering any questions, and we're looking forward to getting this budget approved.
Okay. We'll start with Director Shea. Do you have any questions of staff or accountant?
Not on staff or accountant, but I do have a question regarding our public notifications. I don't know if you guys are aware, but we are having distribution issues with the local papers where we put our public notification where they can have access to our budget. Like, it's not reaching our residents right now.
Oh, so the ads we take announcing we're having a public
Right,
hearing.
aren't being distributed to, because the papers aren't making it to the having distribution problems.
Okay, let's bring that up as your director items at the end of the meeting,
Perfect.
because I don't know how that would affect this budget and, but
All right.
specific to our budget, what we
This
plan
is
to
just
spend.
regarding notifications, so that's,
This-
yeah.
Okay,
Could we have Tarquin elaborate on whether we've sufficiently given notice if there isn't?
that's an appropriate
Paper.
question. Obviously, we assume that our departments do the appropriate things. Can you comment that we followed all letters to the law of public awareness of this meeting?
I am informed that the district has done so. I have not personally inspected those notices or
Okay.
know that they've gone out.
I will put up my hand as my testimony is I sign checks, and I did sign a check, and I saw a notice to public. I don't remember the publication it was in, but I did sign that check as one of the signatories.
I'm just wondering.
It showed a proof that an
Right,
ad was run.
Right.
I don't know where it was run, but I
Right.
can tell you something was run, because we paid for it.
Right, I'm
Okay.
just thinking the publication in which we do that in is not actually making it out to the home, so our written notifications are not, I'm just, how do
Okay.
you think that's affecting our, well, we
Well,
can,
no,
like,
no,
we can come
real
back
quick,
to that.
please make a note. Mr. Mendoza.
On page 51, the attachment 2 is the notice that went out. So we did put it out, but I understand what
So
Director
you
Shea
put it
saying.
out, the publication might not have ran with it?
No, they did. I think Director Shade is saying that they're not hitting every house.
They're having distribution issues.
Oh, I can tell you, when I first moved to Rossmoor, 2002, I used to get the Enterprise and the Sun. Enterprise eventually went away, and then I just got the Sun. And then the Sun stopped. There's a portion where, at least I live, where we don't get anything.
I would say
But that's a different
Yeah, it-
discussion that we'll bring up at a...
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
President,
Yes.
if I could be heard. So the legal standard is that it be published in a newspaper of general jurisdiction, general circulation in the jurisdiction. There's no legal requirement that that notice be physically actually given to every person or every address in Rossmoor, just that it be published in the newspaper.
Thank you. That's clear. Okay, so, different topic for another time, because
Right.
you know,
Let's do that.
our notices aren't getting, good distribution.
Right.
But again, back to the budget, which we had a draft and 2 readings. Do you have any questions before we vote?
I noticed that we did have a lot of emails regarding the Shakespeare come in. I'm not sure where we ended on that as far as our last topic, our last meeting. But I know it's a heated discussion because there were several emails that came in from community members if we're going to be
Shakespeare.
supporting it.
Shakespeare and Lower.
I'm
Okay,
not sure if you guys saw the emails from the different,
Okay, but taking another step back, are you concerned that it's not in the budget, that we're not paying them even though they're coming to perform? So is this specific to a line item within our budget? And you don't have to know the line item. It could be a question of, hey, Joe, are we
right.
actually paying for it, or like other years, they've elected to come out and take donations?
We are not paying them a stipend. We are helping them. We are marketing for them. We are setting up and cleaning restrooms and making sure trash is collected, and it's a good environment for their performance. And they are collecting donations and sponsorships from the surrounding area.
Okay. So in other words, it's not a budgetary item outside of in-kind investment?
is that something we've done in the past though?
Yeah, we
It
used to
has.
pay for it at a certain point. The district, whether I was on the board or not, decided not to. And we told that to the community. They said, well, we still want to perform. So it's now more of a partnership where they come, and like we said, he still staffs it. We still pay for that. We still, quote unquote, host it. We just don't cut a check to the actors
We're
and
not
to the group.
supporting them as a group.
As this board, it's
Right.
not in the budget,
That's
and
what
it's
my
not being
concern is.
supported with taxpayer money. No.
That's what I'm saying,
Yes.
because we have in the past, but this is.
We have, but I don't know when we changed.
Okay,
I
so
don't
is
know
there a
when that
reason why
was.
we changed, or
We-
do we know?
We changed during COVID when they, I don't know if they put a hiatus on their performances, but I brought in an LA troupe to do it for free, and they came out and performed, I don't know if you remember, and it was during COVID, and the next year when COVID, went away, they decided to come back, and I just told them, we didn't budget for any fees for you, and you're welcome to come back, and you're welcome to, we'll help you market, we'll do it, and they said, okay. And then for the last 2 years, they've done that arrangement again. So if the board wishes to put some money in the budget, we'll write them a check, but yeah,
That's the Shakespeare group.
yes.
Because we've done it all in the past, and I just had,
Have they asked us have they asked us for
Yes.
money?
They didn't say how much. They would take a donation, sure, they would take, I get donation letters to my house. It's in the local newspaper, so yeah, they'll take a donation.
But this board is not using taxpayer money to fund that event outside of in-kind donations of staff, trash, and whatever infrastructure is required for them to do the plays.
Right.
Okay.
Curious, is there residents asking?
there were several emails that were sent.
Well, to me, the issue, if I was a
And then it's
resident,
like saying, we've done it in the past, why aren't we, they're asking, why aren't we supporting it? I'm just going through them and addressing them. I don't want to be dismissive of certain requests regarding the Shakespeare. And respectfully, we are the only county in the the only community in the county that does this sort of, like Shakespeare in the Park. That's why it's so popular. It is hugely popular.
If this was a friend who reached out to me going, hey, Michael, why aren't you supporting it? I would say, we are supporting. They're still coming. We still staff it. We still let them use the park. We still do that. And here's the good news. It's going to be here July 2024. That's the good news, is the event's still being placed.
Yeah, and I would,
Yeah.
I would also.
And we actually don't have to pay for it. That's kind of cool.
And if they choose next year or to come to and ask us for, come to the board and ask us, we can discuss it and vote on it, or I guess,
I
which
thought
is
they
what we've
had,
done
but
in the
I
past.
didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought they had, but I wasn't sure.
Well,
I-
here we are 3 months
Yeah.
after the budget.
Yeah,
Nothing's changed. We're
Okay,
still having the
just-
event in July,
yeah, just
so,
acknowledging our
okay.
request.
Director Searles.
Yeah, I will say I formally would request 2 changes to the budget. I've had additional time to review it. We've had another month of accounting to post to each of the areas. The first item would be under, it's under administrative, 5010.
What
The-
page, please?
No, it's a different page, Tony. It is 40, it's 43 on the PDF, so what does
Okay.
that make it? 42 on the bottom right.
All right.
Wait, okay, on the PDF, it's 42?
On the PDF, it's 43, on the bottom right, it's 42.
Right here, it's just here.
Oh, I see what you're saying up in there. Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
I just go by what's
I get
physically on the
it.
page. Okay, I get it. So what is your proposed change?
So the first change would be under operations and maintenance.
Okay.
It is item 10-5010 -5007.
Televised meeting costs.
Yeah, so the reason I was able to review this, and it comes with the monthly accounting that's helping us. This makes it much easier to see, and thank you, Joe. I legitimately look at this because you see the percentages. So in 2023, we had, the amount spent was $15,905. Our contract for this year is $18,406. I don't see any basis for having a budget of $23,100 for the next year when our actual contract for next year forward is $18,400.
It's actually 23,790, the proposed budget.
Oh, okay,
It's
sorry.
even
I'm
more,
looking-
yeah.
Okay, yeah,
So, Joe, what's the rationale for the incremental expense?
The rationale is we don't know what's ahead of us. We could have a lot of additional public hearings, like the critical thinking series we went through, and like the traffic meetings. And so we just buffer it with a few extra dollars to make sure we're covered throughout the year.
So the budgeted, or the contract of $18,000, do you agree we're contracted for the next year on what our schedule is?
Our regular
Yeah.
meetings,
Yeah.
nothing incremental.
Not- And you're
Okay.
just adding some in case, so it's in the budget, in case we have some extra meetings, some,
Yeah, I don't have my breakdown in front of me, but yeah, that's the concept.
So
yeah.
it's also an opportunity for us to go under budget, obviously, but.
Oh, yeah.
So
Mike, have we done that in the past?
we've padded our budget before on
Again,
different line items.
It doesn't have to be on just this,
Yeah.
but is.
Yes. So
Yeah.
my understanding when I say yes, that you have budgeted more than the contract for the existing meetings. And so if you have 1 or 2 additional meetings, like the traffic safety one or the development of some property, then you'd have the ability to televise that meeting, and you would have sufficient budget. You wouldn't have to do a budget amendment.
So
I actually like it.
let me do the reverse. So we're scheduled for $18,000 worth of, or budgeted for $18,000 worth of scheduled meetings. And so we're on the fiscal, starts July 1st, correct? So if a special meeting comes up or 2, that eats up that money, what's going to happen to the last 2 months? We're going to have to adjust our budget.
We'd
correct?
have to come
We have
back.
that 6-month process along the
Yeah.
line as a
So-
safety net, too.
So the question is, do we want to be tight at 18, whatever, or do we want to allow a little bit?
Well,
And
Well, Director Sills, in a sense, has a motion if here's something he would like to correct. He gets to discuss that with us. Someone could second that.
I just want to
I would ask to move it down. I don't want it on the number, but I would say 21.1 makes more sense. And look, I know they're minor numbers, but they also are real numbers. Or not 20,
Well,
21.
they're not real, they're
21,700.
If I may,
790.
conceptually, it's the same situation with legal services, and I think
Oh,
that.
yeah. And I
think
actually
that-
asked you.
And I
let's
think
have a
the board
buffer
has asked us
for
to
legal,
pad that in
yeah.
case there are some legal issues coming
Yeah.
up and we need that funding available. So it's kind of the same concept.
It is, but it's also the time to say where our priorities are, and I'm saying that if we're arguing about whether we have money for Shakespeare by the Sea or not, I want to say, well, we have this cushion at the bottom, the very bottom line that says how much we are going to be in the black, and so with that, we can have money for Shakespeare by the Sea or things as they come along. We should know right now how much in the black we are for 23, 24, and we could say we have extra money that's going to be available that the general manager could then use for Shakespeare by the Sea, which he would pay in 24, 25, because that's when the actual expenditure would take place for Shakespeare by the Sea, because that's in July. So
But here's the disconnect.
he can't allocate that money if we already have it budgeted somewhere else later. That's, my concern is if we set the budget now, we're setting our priorities, and if that priority means that the general manager has more available money that's not already tied up in our budget in April, May, June next year, because we didn't pad 5,000 here and 35,000 in legal, that's a big deal. If those numbers are sitting there, he doesn't have the same leeway to allocate money if our budget still says we're expecting 35,000 potentially in legal, or 5,000 more in televised meeting costs. We're under our budget currently for this year even when we had a traffic meeting here about what are we going to do about the speed and changing lanes, and Public Works was here. We've already had one of those meetings this year, and we're still well under budget.
Our estimate to close, and what item number is it again? I've lost it. It's,
for
there we
that-
go, I see it. We have an estimate to close of 23,100. Mr. Searle says that we're not going to come close to that. Is that true?
Mike?
And again, I know that it's hard to commit everything to memory, Mike, but,
I actually don't recall.
okay,
A
yeah, you
lot
don't recall.
of the estimates to close were just the budget,
Yeah.
because
Oops.
things don't
Jeez,
always come
really
in
touches something.
really evenly throughout the year. If you say, what's your insurance going to come in like?
Oh, yeah.
As soon as, after January 1 of '25, I'll know what next year's health insurance will be. I'll know what your property insurance and your liability, we already know what that is, and that's in your budget.
Right.
But a lot of things, what are Edison bills going to go up? What are other, they don't come in exactly evenly.
Yeah. My point of view, and someone could obviously second your motion, Director Searle, is out of a 1.3 operating budget, an extra 3,000 padding in community televised events. To me, I'm actually very comfortable, and I actually
It's
prefer.
5,000 padding, not 3,000.
I see $23,000 over 8,000, what was it, 18,000? I'm not going to get hung up on
No.
$5,000 divided by 1.3. I actually like the buffer for this, just like I do with our attorney, and we do have a budget process that we get to review this every 6 months and revise our estimates. So I'm just giving you my opinion, but Mr. Sorrells has asked for a change in budget. Is there, I take that as a motion, is
I
there?
would change it to 21,790. I'm going to be very explicit with what the number would be. I would just move it down 2,000
21,790
Yes.
from,
from proposed 23,790.
So $2,000.
Yes. So you still have your 3,000 cushion, which is roughly 2 meetings at their $1,500 a meeting that they do.
Okay, is there a second to?
I don't-
Second.
I mean, I don't know if that's how we handle it.
I don't know.
I'm asking for Tarquin to tell us whether we should have.
Are there any other, I mean,
So I would, and I, again, as you raise, legal is one of those areas I think is excessive. I mean, we're nowhere near that number again. I would say that the number we're proposing in legal, just for those at home, it's contract services, budget item 10-5010-5610. We had 33,000 2 years ago. Currently, as of this month, we're at 23,773. So we're even below that number. And the idea of, allocating 67,490 is there's no rational reason to that. That is almost, I mean, it is twice what we have currently for this year. That number could easily be 45,000. I think it's still excessive. There's no historical reference from 2 years ago and this year to say why it should be over 35,000. But in that sense, I'm willing to say 45,000 is a number I could say in the budget is, well, if something comes up, then we have cushion. But it's got to have a reasonable attachment to the numbers we've had before.
so are you going back just 2 years, just looking at the
That's
last 2 years?
that's presented in our budget pack,
Well,
yes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
here's my question, Joe, and not to be pointed, but when I see the second column to the right where it says 12-month projected estimates to close, I interpret those numbers as real numbers of how we're going to end our budget. So when I see legal at 65.5 under the 12-month projected estimate to close, that interpretation that I have and the way that I would be able to vote right now is that we're going to come in at 65. Director Searles is saying that that number is wrong. It's not
23.
65. And then that then begs the question, and I hate to do this, but how accurate are our 12-month projected estimates to close? Because that's how I've been basing my opinions and how I was going to vote tonight, is that this was factual information.
The 12-month estimates to close is basically your amended budget until we get to mid-year, correct, Michael?
But
And
we're,
then we
we're
make
in
that
June.
adjustment.
We're in June.
I know.
We're closing out the year. We're starting a new, either we started, I always get a little confused. We either started in July or we started in June. So this is showing up as a 2023-24, not a 24-25. These estimate numbers to close, are they real?
The estimate to close, I believe, is generally the budget, the amended budget. And remember, this budget has been brought to you, it's before you tonight in June. It was also at a public hearing in May.
Well, yeah, I'm
It was
aware.
also at a full board meeting in April, and it went to the committee in March. So I had to go over these with the general manager January, February. We did not have more than 6 months worth of actuals at the time. And so these were very preliminary. We don't update them every time we bring you the proposed budget. When you said in May, bring this forward.
So we had a draft in May?
Yes.
No, we had
it
a
was
draft in
proposed.
April.
In March, it went to the committee
Okay.
as the preliminary budget. Then it came to the full board in April as the preliminary budget. And the board said, we like that, bring that for the first public hearing because your policy is you have 2 public hearings to
Right,
review
I
the budget.
understand all that.
First one in May, second one in June. But we're not making changes to those estimates. So these were the same estimates that we made back in January, February, that came to you in March, and we haven't updated them. So I suspect, unless any new litigation comes up, that your legal expenses will come in below budget this year.
Okay. So we will have, again, we're setting a budget in the event that we need to spend the money on whether it's legal or a park bench, whatever. I now thank you for explaining the process that when we did a draft, numbers were populated. Budgeting, in a sense, is a little bit of art and science. The district, and this is my interpretation, believed that whether it was a trend analysis or what have you, they believed that by the time the budget ends for that fiscal year, that's what they thought they would spend. And we were, good news, we didn't have to spend that much money. That's actually good news. So, but along the line, as we have a draft, followed by a reading, followed by a reading, followed by a vote, that number that was inputted was more art than science. And now we're voting tonight, where that estimate to close, we're finding out for at least legal, is we're nowhere near the 65,000.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, I'm
I'm
just
not
trying to get
aware of any
clarity.
litigation, and you're a district attorney, not district attorney. You're
District manager.
No, you're
General manager. Oh, district attorney, there we go.
Yeah, you're district attorney. Never thought of him as
General counsel.
General counsel. Your general counsel.
Yes.
He's very good about keeping his bill down. If we don't call on him, he's not billing you
Right.
for that stuff. So, if something were to come up, it's just, yeah. But if you wanted to reduce it, that's certainly within your purview. And I believe you are looking at them absolutely correctly. I don't think we're going to hit those numbers. And if you want to bring them down, the caution would be if you bring it down too much, we may need to increase them at some point.
At mid-year, yeah.
At mid-year, yeah, or at some
Personally,
other
guys,
point.
I prefer being under budget than in the middle of the year announcing that we have a shortfall and that we're going to run out of money for legal expenses at a certain pace we're at. And at the end of the day, it's not spent until it's spent. So if I had to choose between the two, I would rather have, for lack of better terms, an inflated budget or a budget that appears high and that covers a need then to fall short midway through the year and have to raise and reallocate money. That's just my point of view. But Mr. Searles, this was your concept, so continue.
Well, I mean, the number I'm proposing at 45,000 is almost 50% greater than what the highest number has been for the past 2 years at 32,000. So to say that we need to double the number of what our highest expenditure was for the last 2 years, there's no rational connection to me. I'm sorry. And to say we're going to celebrate at the mid-year budget, what we need to be saying is we didn't do a good job last year when we set our budget because we have a number that clearly we were wrong about, and that just because we read this 3 times doesn't mean we shouldn't look at ourselves and say we didn't get it right the first time, the second time, but now we have more information. As Mr. Matsumoto was saying, is now we have more science than art with what our numbers are. We're going to have 21 out of 24 of the last months of budget actually accrued here, and we can see what it costs. 60,000+ is not what it cost. It's closer to 32, which it was 2 years ago, or 23 that it's been roughly as of today. So the 45 is extremely high for any number we've actually had in these 2 years, and I think that's a reasonable number. And again, what it allows us to do is to know from our budget what our reserves proposed will be, and then if there are other areas that we need to pull money and say we need extra money, we have a better idea to say, okay, we have a surplus of X dollars in our budget. I don't know exactly where we were. Normally it's roughly about $30,000, $40,000 in the black at the end of the year. So now we're looking at that number being 45, 55, something like that. So it just gives the general manager flexibility should something occur, for sure. But in a mid-year sense, we don't need to set a budget already at twice what our actuals are.
We hear you on that. So what, is there another line? let Mr. Searles
That-
continue. Do you have another
That's
line
it.
item?
Those two items are the items that, that caught my attention, and I would say that the piece is spoken as for, the next meeting. I don't intend to raise any issues with the budget if these two changes are made.
Okay. Your
So-
turn, Mr. DeMarco, or, I'm sorry, Director DeMarco.
So I got a question, Director Searles. So how did these come out over the last 2 months? I'm just curious, and there's no other line item that we're overinflating, in your opinion?
Not that doesn't have an explanation. The general manager does a good job of the expenditure accounts and those that are above 95% or less than 55% that he does every month. So these particular items, when you look at that item for April, and it's page 23 is where you can see our current, pretty much through April expenditures for these items. Our legal is sitting right now at 36% of our budget. That's what caught my attention. And the issue with the televised meeting cost, why that caught my attention is because it's contractual. That's a fixed number, and then we can add, potential meetings, yeah. But there's no reason to add a number beyond that when we have a contract. There are things that, will change, right? We don't know how much toilet paper we will need. We don't know if gas is going to go up on our vehicles. There are areas for sure we can't control. But our contract with our vendor for televised meeting costs is set. We have a contract through next year. So that is why that one caught my attention, because it's still under budget. It's at 60% at this point in the year, and it's contractual. That's the reason that it catches my attention. There's two important components to that.
So that one was 60%. What was the, just because you have it in front of you, and I don't have to, and the legal was what percent you said?
36%.
Okay, so are there any other line items under 60%?
There are, but as I said, the general manager in the notes explains them, or they're roughly small numbers to where any small item would either go over or under budget really quickly, right? It's to say in this room, if we had to replace 20 chairs and we don't have that in a budget, that's a lot of money all of a sudden we'd be spending in that sense. It's a comparison between having a contract and then also being an extreme range of the budget.
Mr. Mendoza, do you foresee needing more than if we reduce it down to 40 from 60?
Again, you can go either way. You can make a mid-year adjustment, or you can add to it, or you can just go over it with the acknowledgement of the board that, hey, we budgeted this many. We for some reason, we decided to fund the RHA, event. For some reason, we decided to do 5 more because we had some kind of political issue going on, and we wanted to have some hearings.
I'm more concerned about the legal, the line item for the $2,000 for again, Mr. Searles, you're saying 5. I don't see the 5. You're saying
He
what-
said bring down the televised meeting cost from 23.7 to 21.7, so it's only a $2,000 decrease. He's
but that's over
suggesting.
budget.
That's still over budget by $3,000. That's over contract by $3,000.
At the end of the day, I'm
So-
not going to get overly
Yeah,
on
no,
this because we do have a budget process in 6 months where
Yeah.
we can add. And at the end of the day, we have a functioning governing unit that needs to provide services to our community, that needs to operate. And excuse me, things happen, things change. And as long as a group, we can articulate why there's change, that's what management does.
So back to Mr. Mendoza, legal, okay? I don't think we should change the $2,000 on the, maybe in the future, we get more, the committee is asked by the board to be a little more tighter on the fluctuation on the budget to contract or actual from the last 2 years. Maybe we look at that, but on this one, I would vote just to leave the televised whatever alone, it's a couple $1,000s. If we're a little over budget, great. At the end of the year, we'll have more money. But the legal is what, I mean, it's a reduction of $15,000. Do you see a negative in reducing the budget from the 60 to 45?
It's an unknown, but if you ask me straight out, and I had an opinion, probably not.
Probably not what?
I don't see
An issue.
an issue. I mean, but it's an unknown. We don't know what's ahead of us, but yeah.
Yeah,
But we can always adjust. That's what we do.
If you want to compromise, I'll take a compromise.
Well, I mean, I would,
No, I mean, if you want to say you're okay with legal, I'll say I'm okay
okay.
with you leaving
I
it
mean,
together.
so if, I mean, how quickly could we adjust our budget if something came up legally?
You could have a emergency meeting, or you can do it at
Or
your
you could
next-
do it at another.
Well, not an emergency, a special meeting.
Special meeting,
Because this
excuse
wouldn't
me.
be an emergency.
But we could also
And
do it
never
at a
just-
board
It
meeting.
never just jumps up. We would see a trend.
Exactly.
We would see
We
a
would
trend of
projection
spend
of,
going up of,
correct.
and we would actually have closed meetings because there is a legal reason. Because all legal matters are closed, we would all be aware of, there is litigation, there is legal threat. So it would not catch us off guard like, oh my God, we spent so much money on legal. Yeah.
and again, if that were to happen to where we got into a situation with legal expenses that are projected over the next couple months, let's say, at a board meeting, we could adjust our budget.
Yes. And I will go on record that this is the first time I've ever heard of an attorney wanting to bring down a legal budget.
Yeah.
First time ever.
So-
I would tell you, my attorneys would say quickly, no, do not do that.
So
Be
to-
safe and prudent.
I don't have
But
any,
he runs a different kind of firm.
I don't have any other items on this budget to
Okay.
discuss.
All right.
However, I would be in favor of, or I would support a reduction of the legal budget down to 45. I would not support this little small adjustment to the.
Yeah, I have a hard
budget.
time with small stuff
Yeah.
off of a
So
1.3 million
if-
budget. So,
if
yeah.
Director Searles wants to make a motion to reduce the legal to 45 and not touch.
You'd be his second.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Is there a motion?
Yeah, so I will, I guess, vacate any other motion to change the televised meeting costs, and only that we change the legal services budget item down to 45,000.
And there's a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Now, obviously, that means with a roll call based on that motion to change that. But before doing that, this is a public hearing. Is there any public that would like to make a comment at this time? Is that appropriate, Parker?
So is this the final action on the budget?
The final action is to approve a budget with this notation, with one line item change.
Correct?
Correct.
Correct.
You may open may open for public comment.
It is now open for public comment, and
In the
it's now closed for public comment. So now it's based on this motion. Do we have to approve the motion and then vote for the resolution for a new budget? Or actually,
As
is that,
amended.
or based on our format, is that something we do a few moments later?
So
Here, let me get my agenda here.
there is a specific,
Oh.
you have a written resolution, correct?
Okay, yeah, that's actually G1, okay. So I believe then, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is a motion, we can all vote yea or nay on the motion in front of us, close the public hearing, then we move to G1 to then adopt through resolution this budget with that noted item, and then vote on it by roll call.
Correct.
Crazy, isn't it, guys? Okay, so
Just
all in
to
favor?
be clear, wait a second. It's
Yes.
just, I mean, do we have to do a second reading because of our policies, or is this good now? Okay, even
This
though
is
we're
a-
making a change, we're okay to make a change and then,
Yeah.
okay.
It's just a line
Perfect.
item change.
Thank you, Tarquin, thank you.
Just a
I-
line.
Yep.
So, okay, all in favor of the line item change, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, 4-0. At this point, I'm closing the public hearing. Which brings us to G1, ironically, a resolution number 24-06-1101, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Service District establishing the annual revenue and expenditure total amount for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Rossmoor Community Service District. In other words, guys, the budget. I already made comment at an earlier meeting that we have all this stuff where we say budget, but when it's time to do a resolution, it doesn't say budget. But regardless, that's the terminology we have. So I believe that we need a motion to accept the budget per the line item, and then we'll do a roll call. Or do we now just do a roll call?
Roll call.
Roll call it is.
So motion first, then roll call.
No, just
Oh,
roll call.
just roll
call.
Because it's already, the
Oh.
budget is the budget now. Now,
Okay.
Yea or thumbs
You
up,
just
thumbs
made a
down.
change. Okay, got it.
By roll call, please.
So roll call vote for resolution number 2406-1101, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Services District establishing the annual revenue and expenditure total amounts for fiscal year 24-25 for the Rossmoor Community Services District. Director Shade,
Aye.
Director DeMarco,
Aye.
Director Searles,
Aye.
President Maynard.
Aye. Thank you. That takes us to number 2, which is a report of the Parks and Facilities Committee. Mr. Mendoza, please take away. And I know we have multiple items that our committee discussed. Hear me out. There is a lady here who, if we could take her portion of the Parks and Facility and make it at the beginning, would be greatly appreciated. And thank you for your patience.
I wanted to thank Mr. Matsumoto.
Okay.
I apologize. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Have a good evening.
I'm sorry, you lost me.
Okay.
Are we on,
We are on G1, a reports
G-
on the Parks and
G2,
Facility.
G2.
I'm sorry, G2, Parks and Facility.
yep,
And within, I believe, that section, we have multiple things were discussed. And we do have the lady behind the continuing education for senior programs. I'm requesting she's shown great patience,
Yes, she has.
great patience that we try to bring her up at the beginning of the discussion rather than the end.
okay, thank you. As you know, the Parks and Facility Committee meeting met, and there was a number of items to be discussed, and I will briefly go over them with you. One is, and I believe Director Ciros and President Maynard were present and will be able to provide some input as I go down the list. The discussion regarding the senior programming in partnership with the North Orange County Continuing Education, which is NOCE. Linda's here, Linda Langley, to answer any questions. If you would like to take that one out of line, is that what you're asking me to do?
Yes, I'd like
Okay.
to bring her up.
And that's on G3, which is an attached agreement that our county, that our district council has looked at and made adjustments to, and has gotten confirmation from the NOCE that they're in line with what our stipulations are. Linda's looked it over. Linda, can you come up? This is Linda Langley. She has been very, very accommodating. She's come out and toured our facilities. She's provided in the back of the previous report an outline of all the services they provide throughout Orange County, North Orange County. And as you can see, there's a lot of variety and there's a lot of different activities and educational opportunities, and we're gearing ours towards seniors. And what I guess the agreement is a win-win, in my opinion. It's a no-brainer. I've been searching for this since I've been here. I was fortunate to find Linda and and just discuss the possibilities. But bottom line is they come in, they train the teachers, they vet the teachers, they get them fingerprinted, they get them prepared in whatever field they're in. They come out, they take registration, they publicize it, and we provide them a classroom at no cost. And we do some setup and tear down for them. Nothing these are just classes. And they take roll and they get their increment from the state, and that's how they continue their program. And we benefit by it. Now, the first question I asked Linda was, can we promote to Rossmoor first? And that could happen. Now, we're not going to take Rossmoor priority registration, but we're going to promote to Rossmoor first to give the knowledge of what we're doing. Each class has a minimum, and they have to reach that minimum in order to conduct the class. We will be taking surrounding areas, Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, Long Beach, Cypress, but she has that going on in other, agencies. So it's our way of offering something that we could not offer. And I'm just really happy about the agreement. It took some time with Tarquin to make sure that the indemnifications were correct. But I'll let Linda give you an overview, and probably a lot more eloquently than I did, and answer any questions you may have. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit more information with you about North Orange Continuing Education. It's part of the North Orange County Community College District, and your area here in Rossmoor is part of our service area that's assigned by the state of California through the California Community College Chancellor's Office. So as part of the Community College District, our school is the non-credit part of the school. So in other words, the classes that we would be offering here at Rossmoor don't generate credit that would lead to a degree. It's more for personal edification, ongoing development of the brain, the body, et cetera, for those community members that come to our classes and attend very faithfully. My program, as part of the North Orange School, we have different departments and programs. The department that I represent is the older adult program, because that's what we were asked about when you all checked into the possibility of partnering with us. We're happy to expand into Rossmoor if you decide you'd like to do that. We do offer services through almost every other city or area. I know you guys are unincorporated, but we partner with, for example, the Cypress Senior Center, the city of Anaheim, with 5 or 6 of their facilities where they serve the older adult community, and the list goes on. Nearly all of the cities in the North Orange County area are already partners of ours. Leisure World is one of our partners also, and we had the opportunity with what we've been discussing with you all. We're in a growth mode right now, and so if you wanted to bring some of those classes here to your facility so that your community members wouldn't have to travel as far to take advantage of these services, that's basically the opportunity that we're offering.
I have a question that's, I'm scared to even ask, because I might not like the answer.
Go ahead.
When you say older adults, what is defining that? What age are
What
you
category are we looking at?
I'm just, no, what age?
Standy's define it.
What age is defined as
So
older?
I'll tell you
Again,
that-
that's all, I almost don't want the answer.
We're all in there.
Yeah, with the exception of
There's a
Carolyn,
certain
we're probably all
demographic.
there. So the way that we...
How sweet.
well, you're welcome.
Sign us all up.
Yeah, the way that we define it, our curriculum is designed for adults over the age of 50. So it's open to any adult
young?
18
So
and
these
up.
3 people then? Okay.
Yeah, we do see that more of our participants tend to be older than the beginning range of the
Okay,
older
all right.
adult program.
So the
But
program's open, usually the classes that would be performed here under the proposal would be for adults 50 plus.
Right.
Okay.
And our classes are open to the public. We're a publicly funded school through the state of California, just like the rest of the community college, system. So to the point that Joe was talking about, we're not legally allowed to give a private class anywhere, but we can give priority registration, special events, and special consideration to Rossmoor residents by promoting the classes more heavily in this area, for example, just making sure there's a higher awareness of the classes that are going to be taking place here, and just giving a little extra support for the registration process to ensure that the residents that are interested in the classes find out about it, hopefully in a very timely manner through the partnership that we're going to develop to communicate with those folks. And our brochure that already goes to all of our residents in our service area is mailed to the Rossmoor residents as it is. So they're familiar with our school. We did conduct a little survey through the health fair that you all hosted. We had the opportunity to share a little survey with some of the residents. We had about 100 who responded, and we had very strong response rate, I thought, as far as the number of people who are very enthusiastic about bringing classes here. We asked them, what type of classes do you want? We were able to match the classes that were in the highest demand for the classes that we're going to, hopefully, with your permission, start as soon as August, if we're able to move forward. So
we need to act now.
please.
Okay.
Linda, will you go over a few of the programs that you...
Sure.
Carolyn and Linda have been working together, and like they said, like she said, they did a survey. I believe you just extended that survey.
I did, yes, because I thought that maybe with this partnership, if we do get the approval, we can continue to communicate with the folks that are in this area. And as we move forward, as we do with most of our other partners, we love to continue to grow the program. So based on the initial input from those approximately 100 community members here in Rossmoor, we identified 4 different topics that were the highest interest. They, 2 out of the, actually, really 4 out of 4 all had to do with health. 2 of them were focused around physical movement and lecture about taking care of yourself and making sure that you have long-term vitality through healthy activity. Another one is regarding brain health, and that's one that we wouldn't be able to begin in August because we just don't have the bandwidth quite yet to offer it here yet. It's a very popular course, but we're hoping that we could expand that to bring that to your community in January if we continue to move forward based on positive participation from your community members. The other area that had a lot of interest was food preparation and good nutrition. So we would bring somebody here that would, all of our teachers, by the way, Joe mentioned this earlier, but I'd like to give you a little bit more information. All of our teachers hold at least a bachelor's degree. Some of them have additional education beyond that in their area of discipline. So our health instructors, for example, have a bachelor's degree or more that pertains to health education. Our food and nutrition class would be led by somebody who has that type of expertise related to a nutrition degree. All of the ways that we vet our faculty is according to the legal requirements that the California Community College District has created, or the Chancellor's Office, I'm sorry, for the whole state of California. So we do have, as Joe mentioned, a very extensive vetting process to bring people to you that are very well qualified to teach these classes. And even though they're non-credit, it's just because we know that a certain part of our community, they're interested in education, but not necessarily a degree. So that's where our school comes in and fits into this picture.
I have a question for your food prep class. You said that's like one of the top ranked subject matters?
Mm-hmm. Among your community that responded, yeah.
Would that expectation be that there's tables set up, there's knives, people are actually cutting and dicing and actually having hands-on, and not only is it a class they get to leave with everything they need for dinner?
The way that the class is usually conducted does include some cooking demonstrations by the teacher or hands-on activity by the students at certain points. We haven't really had any problems with handling of the sharps, although I do have a different program that we teach cooking to little kids, and we're a little bit more careful about that.
Would be hands-on type of
There could, yes. Then the way that our curriculum works, just like any other college class, and I'm sure you all are familiar, the faculty retain the right to look at the state-approved curriculum and then determine how they want to implement that curriculum. So one instructor might be a little bit more focused on the cooking demonstration, where another one might, for example, we have somebody who does a food bingo and helps people learn about the benefits of certain food groups through bingo and other type of interactive activities. And there's still food demonstration and actual cooking involved, but it wouldn't be just a cooking class.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of have a feel for what the expectation of that class is. That sounds worthwhile. So, gentlemen and Joe, or I should say colleagues, for this particular motion tonight, there is a contract that was put together by our attorney. Basically, we're going to vote if we allow our attorney's contract and Joe to enter into a relationship. Like all of our contracts, in a sense, you might say, hey, let's have a pilot program. The contract is a pilot program. If this doesn't work out, it can be canceled. So the risk is low, at least from my point of view. Are there any questions, either district or, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, Leanne?
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda Langle.
I got the L part right. Because I'm hoping someone makes a motion for these guys.
I think it sounds really wonderful and stuff, but I really would like to see the contract.
It's in the.
It's in the,
It's in there.
It's in the agenda?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I think it sounds fabulous.
Yeah, directors, because both Rossmoor and Community Service District and Community College District are special districts, public entities in the state of California. There's a memorandum of understanding, and it's effectively an
Oh, okay,
agreement
yeah.
between the two public entities. Provides for insurance, mutual identification, and it provides for conservation and critical service.
Is it safe to call that this is, because it's between two California agencies under jurisdiction of the state of California, it's kind of a boilerplate?
No, I wouldn't
No?
say it's a big
Okay.
it's an
drafted.
Just, okay.
There's no one standard MOU format. They're just more commonly used for agreements between governmental entities
Okay.
than, a strict agreement or a contract.
Yeah, that's our common terminology that we use for all of our contracts that are called memorandum of understanding.
MOUs, okay.
And I can also, if I may, share that the draft that we came up with between our two offices, I was really impressed, and I'm going to maybe data mine some of those provisions that Tarquin included, because I thought they were very well written and really do define the scope of the partnership very well.
Don't let it go to his head, we just cut his budget. You know?
I can't do it again. I have no budget.
You know?
So to move forward, we need a motion to accept this.
Or, yeah, a motion to allow our general manager to enter into a contract.
Correct.
And the
You're-
contract,
you're-
or I'm
you're-
sorry,
The MOU.
we call it a contract as a policy.
You're approving the MOU, and you're authorizing the general manager to
Offer
sign
it
the
to
MOU
enter
on
the
behalf of the board.
MOU.
All right, well, I'll move to approve the MOU and for the general manager to, what was the last part, Tarquin?
Enter the agreement,
Enter
Enter
into
into
the
the
agreement?
yes. And report back to us
And re-
progress.
Sure, and report back to the board.
I think Director Searles did a second.
Director Shade actually did.
Oh.
I didn't say anything, she got me
We
first.
both did.
Good for you. Tie goes to the lady.
Yep.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Thanks for your patience.
For just, for discussion, I would like to
Seriously.
thank Joe and Linda
this
and Carolyn. This is awesome.
Yep.
This is great.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, we look.
It's our
so-
pleasure. We're
Look so
excited.
forward to this.
We think that you're going to have a lot of happy residents with our classes, and we think that there'll be a
Absolutely.
strong participation rate. So thank you very much for the time and opportunity, and we look forward to serving the residents of Rossmoor even more conveniently than we've been able to so far.
Beautiful.
Win-win.
If I may give Linda a shout out, and we'll move on, but in talking to her, we were in the middle of starting our own senior program on
Right.
a shoestring budget and, just kind of making it happen. And we had looked in the community and we found a couple of people, and one of them was, I call him Stick Man. He does stick yoga.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've seen him.
And so I was going to use him, and I was taking some seed money to get him started and to establish a fee for the class, but I wanted to get an interest first of people that would want to take it.
Mhm.
And Linda, in turn, has hired him or is in the process of. So there's opportunities.
Collaboration, love it.
There's opportunities here for our residents, because we have some very educated, residents could put on classes in special interest. And, as she says, she's expanding, so there's some opportunity here.
Great.
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing this program not just thrive but grow. Maybe even beyond just a senior type of program, family programs, families taking line dancing classes or whatever. I don't know.
I want one on fall
Line dancing, that's my
prevention.
next thing.
Did you say folk dancing?
Fall prevention.
Yeah.
I just fell. Fall prevention.
Oh, yeah.
Fall
actually-
prevention.
I'm sorry. I thought you said folk dancing. Fall prevent, how about we design a class that would be fall prevention with folk dancing?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So
Thanks, Linda.
now let's jump back to G2, which is a report of the Parks and Facility Committee.
Okay, so moving on to C2, discussion regarding the use of chemicals and weed control. As we discussed, President Maynard brought up that as he attended the health fair, he noticed that we had quite a bit of weeds in our lawn. And we hadn't treated it because we switched over from Brightview to Land Care, if you remember, and there was some heavy rain. So it would have been redundant to put a weed kill down during those rains. So we're dealing with some methods to cut down on our weed and do some controls there. So the discussion on the evening of the Parks and Facilities Committee, it was we aerate it this week. So you aerate, you're going to fertilize, and we're going to weed control. And we're using a chemical that is a topical chemical, so you might have to use it a little more than you would if you were using a chemical like with glycerite, glyphosate, which nobody wants to see that. And so we're going to be applying that probably in a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks when we get more heat, because it's more effective that way. And we will notify residents, we will post, but it's a very safe and non-toxic chemical. So that was part of that discussion. Discussion regarding the structure of tennis and pickleball instructor contracts. I was shocked. I didn't remember this. Mr. Maynard brought it up because of his history of being on the board, but in the past, dating back to 19 whatever, early 2000s, the tennis instructor was paying a percentage of what he took in his registration. So he would take in the registration and to give us a percentage, whether it be 10%, 12%, 15%, and it kind of went up over the years. And in 2017, I believe, the year before I got here, it was changed. And it was changed to the instructor pays you an hourly rate, and that's based on an agreement that's in his contract. So say Bo or Fernando back then in 2018 would have paid us, instead of the $8.50 or whatever, I'm making it up, whatever the hourly court rate is, their rate might be 15 or 16, because they're charging $50, $60, $70. I don't know, whatever they just, whatever year that is, it goes up. It always came out to about 20 to 25%. So when we do their contract, we will take a look at the percentage of what they're paying and what they're receiving and try to keep it hover around that area. That's 25% is kind of the range that other cities are getting, maybe more in some private industry, like over there at in Seal Beach, but they're probably charging 120 to 140 a lesson rather than 75 or 70. So it's somewhat irrelevant, I think. But bottom line is, because of our situation, because we're small and we don't have the wherewithal for accounting, the rental of the court is the best methodology we can think of, and I believe that's why they went to it in 2017, was to cut down on our handling of the cash processing of keeping records. And basically, the instructor rents a court, it's the onus on him to collect the money and to report on his taxes. So our stance is just a straight rental, just like we would if Mr. DeMarco wanted to rent a pickleball court or a tennis court, but it's at a higher rate. So I believe that was the explanation, and I believe we were moving on from that, unless there's any discussion. The other one is upgrading, no discussion regarding Los Alamitos Girls Softball League. We have a meeting coming up on the 20th to look at that MOU. We're looking at use of the park. There has been some parking issues around the park that the Rossmoor Park neighbors have brought up, and I believe was headed up by Mr. Vardabedian, who coincidentally is a representative from the, I don't know where this came from, but the Rossmoor Park neighborhood is part of that MOU because they were having trouble back in the day with traffic, with the number of games being played on the weeknights and weekends, and they made an agreement that there's so many games on a Saturday, 3 games on each field. They have to be spread out by 45 minutes in order to let people go and come and make sure that congestion isn't out of control. And they can only play certain nights and weekends and things, and they have to be done by a certain time on both Saturday and the nights and different certain seasons. So that has been very well, I guess, controlled by 2 meetings a year with myself. Chris, I don't know if Chris left, but Chris sits in on the meeting with the neighborhood park, the Rossmoor Park neighbors, which the majority is just Ralph and probably 1 or 2 other people that come to the meeting. But we do discuss the traffic flow and they approve the schedules with the LAGSL president and any of their representatives will show up. And it's been a good marriage. We did have one glitch about a year ago. I think you remember I got a call from the LAGSL saying, hey, it was a really rainy season. We need to play on this. I think it was a Sunday. Can you give us the approval? And I immediately said no, that we have to go to the RPN, Rossmoor Park neighbors, and to the board, because that's what it says in the MOU. And they said, no, we'll just adjust. We'll go to different cities, or we'll make them up somehow. But somehow they played, and it kind of created a little brouhaha between everybody in the community. So since then, we've been talking to them about cleanliness, about helping us picking up some of the trash, helping us cut down on our time, because what's really happened is it's affected our CSD and our staff. We have a small staff, and those fields generate a lot of trash. If you have 3 games on each field, you can imagine how many people are coming out to see their grandkids and everything else, and bringing food, and so our staff is constantly going around. We usually have one or two or 1.5 staff on a day to cover this, so it's taking up a lot of our time cleaning the restroom. They have a snack bar that we don't charge them for. So I think it's time to look at those agreements and maybe, I guess, control some of our spending, some of our budget on our staffing, maybe getting some reciprocation for the snack bar because they are making money off the snack bar, and just taking a look at a holistic approach to LAGSL and their use of our field. What has happened, and not that there's anything wrong with this because it happens everywhere, is their enrollment, in my opinion, is mostly non-resident. So that's okay. Okay, if we recognize that and we're getting some type of reciprocation for our efforts. They're called Los Alamitos Girls Softball, but they're playing at Rossmoor. My point to them is spread it out. You know, take a little bit of the anxiety off some of the surrounding residents, move some games over to Los Alamitos, spread the wealth out a little bit so it's a little more controlled, and we're able to, I guess, balance it out a little more. So that's going to be part of the discussion. And again, we know that youth basketball over Los Alamitos, our kids go there. We don't have a basketball program, so there's nothing wrong with what we're doing, or it's, you know, they're not doing anything unethical. I had a daughter that played softball her whole life, played college and all that. I know the benefit, and I know what we're doing for those families. but at the same time, it's becoming a big hit on us. I mean, I use this expression all the time, and this will be part of the discussion at MOU, is next man up. We're so small. Friday night, I emptied 20 trash cans. I'm the next man up. We lost an employee, and we didn't have somebody to fill that void on that Friday night. And the school district was having all these celebrations. They just come on, and recognizable. All the kids from the elementary school, they have after-school parties with their friends and their parents. And the place was just trashed, which, okay, so next man up, I'm leaving at 6:30, and I purposely didn't have anybody working that night because I didn't think it would be impactful. I went home at 8, came back and emptied 20 trash cans. That's how small we are. We don't have the luxury. So my point to the LAGSL is going to be also, help us. Help us get some of those trash cans to the curb, every 4 hours, so we can come by and get them, and then we're not impacted, and all of a sudden it's overflowing and looking bad. So just little things, and so that's going to be part of the conversation.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what's spurring the committee on our contracts, Tony, is we need to renegotiate the Neighborhood Park Girls Softball League, RCSD. It's a three-way agreement. When it was signed in 2011, completely different world.
Yep.
I
Agreed.
tell you, what I've learned about LAGSL, it all comes down to leadership and who is their leadership on a given year. There's been years where they've had phenomenal leadership. They've been ideal tenants, if you will, cleaning up after themselves. And then you have years where not so good. And we probably haven't been strong enough to let them know when they're breaching contract. So, or breach of measure of understanding. And they have taken some liberties this year, and I told Mr. Mendoza that we actually need to let them know on notice, let them be on notice that we are going to renegotiate this contract or measure of understanding. And currently some of their behaviors are unacceptable. How they converted an area of our park into a makeshift bullpen and killed the grass so the kids have a different, they do not have any right to do that. So there's certain things that were brought to my attention, and we need to fix it, and they need to understand that we want to offer girls softball, but at the same time, they have to be better tenants. And so we're going to renegotiate on the fact that the MOU has 3 different parties. That opens up, all 3 parties that you and I have to navigate to.
Coincidentally, Mr. Vardabedian has put a petition, or is getting a petition into the county wanting to red curb Headway from Wallingford to,
Well, I thought he thought there wasn't enough parking.
well,
How does red curbs help?
on his side of the road,
That actually takes away parking.
he feels that the residents are too impacted and that people are parking
So he wants to put red curbs across all the
to
parks?
Donis. No,
Pardon?
just in front of his, on Hedwig in front of his.
Just on his side?
Yeah. So that's
That's
going
not
through the
self-serving.
process. The Orange County traffic, I've been in contact with. I'm doing kind of a white,
So he's complaining about parking, so he wants to take parking away, but only on the street where his house is.
Yeah, and he's
Uh,
yeah, it's-
So-
Okay.
So what they did is they've set up a petition for him to have his neighbor sign, which I imagine he's going to get some signatures, and they are going to look at it. I'm going to be attending a traffic committee meeting for the Orange County when it's put on the agenda, if it is.
So what's going to be put on the agenda?
That his petition and his request may be put on their agenda, I don't know.
Okay, wait.
I've been on the phone with.
Wait.
We have so many
So
people
wait a
with
minute, let me,
parking
so,
problems that we can't help, but it's on their agenda.
okay, so, where I got a big problem with this, just the procedural. So, we had residents, so Kevin was here tonight, right? Who was
Yeah,
it? Okay.
and he cares.
So, and this is kind of, because I've read Ralph's, it was emailed to us. So that's what I was kind of nudging him, if the county has changed the policy on how you make changes in traffic, Wazoo or the county needs to come here and tell us if they changed the policy, because we just went through almost nearly 2 years on Montecito, on you know, the transparent meetings about changes to Montecito, and the county paid for a consultant, and we had meetings, we had, Wazoo was totally particular on, yet this has to go out to the public, and one person sends a letter, and if you saw that letter, they responded with a petition, and Joe, if that's already up at the county that quickly.
It's at the district office. Let me read to you.
District or
Well, their department head.
Okay.
Okay? Rossmoor parking restriction discussion, a gentleman named Anthony Vu is my contact now. We lost Denise, what's her name? Esquera, who was at these meetings.
Yes.
And nobody told us. So we had put in a request for red curbs along Montecito and the 25-mile speed limit. She hit me back, I mean, about 3 or 4 months ago, that they are looking into it, and she will get back to me. Well, since then, she left. I had no idea. I kept sending stuff to her and Wazoo, and finally, this Anthony Wu contacted me saying, I'm the new Denise, and I will be taking this over. But in the meantime, we have this request from Ralph. So his last, email to me was Rossmoor Park restriction discussion. Nothing is planned yet, but Dennis Bildadu, he is the a district manager, or I would say maybe he's probably the department head for traffic, is aware and informed of the situation. So I have voiced our concerns that everything, that you take that red curb away, you put the red curb on that side, and you're making the lane bigger, and it's going to be more speed. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have more speed on that side of the street, on that, what is that, the east side? 2 is it's inconsistent, because if you go to Mainway, it's just as impacted as anywhere else right here off of Montecito. And if you do that, you're going to have to do it everywhere. 3 is, maybe you red curb the vision line of pulling out the driveway to give them a little more visibility. But if you do that, you need to go around to all Rossmoor and do that and put those red curbs so people aren't impacting your driveway. So Anthony wrote back saying, we will notify residents of the potential consequences of parking restrictions, such as increase in speeds and limited guest parking. So what happens with their excess cars and their guests when they have a party? They're either going to have to park at the park or around the corner down the street in front of somebody else.
Joe, Joe, let me stop you there. You're way ahead of this.
I know.
Okay, we're debating the issue. What Ralph has done is circumvented what we all witnessed when we did it transparently, open meetings. And we just said it tonight. Rossmoor doesn't like change. Okay, so how do you get something done quickly? You go behind and you sneak it through. And this certainly has the appearance of sneaking something through. And I'll say it reminds me of the bike lanes on where, again, it was kind of snuck through until someone kind of found out about it. And by that time, it had gone too far down the road. And again, it was agendized on the board agenda, and it was just
The restriction.
the removing the restriction, okay, which
makes it obsolete.
which is fine if we want to remove the restriction. One person or 5 residents should not be able to do anything, because if that's the case, then the impacted residents on Montecito should be able to do whatever they want. Paint it red, put a bike lane there, right? They should be able to dictate policy on that street. Mainway, the residents should be able to dictate policy, traffic policy on that street. Is that how Rossmoor's going to be, what we're going to do?
It's chaos.
This is absurd, what's happening here, that we're already talking about this could be on some traffic agenda, and they're gonna bring out the red paint soon, when we haven't even scheduled a discussion group or anything. And again, you read Ralph's letter, who, and I was on the Zoom call where Ralph did not send it through RHA. This wasn't Ralph from RHA. This was just Ralph, the individual, okay? Sent out a letter, and it's already, Wazoo's already been in this community looking at it. Wazoo has already sent out a petition. And my question to traffic is, what's with the speed? Have you, and I told this to Joe, is there a new policy? Is there a new policy on getting any kind of traffic done? We don't, I thought the policy was what we did earlier this year and last year, what we've done, remember on Tiger Tail, what we've done to improve, get better stop signs, all the things the traffic committee has done, which again, remember, is two of RCSD, 2 RHA, 2 at large, the school district, right? Certainly transparent. We had open meetings about all different, but this is like outrageous that this is happening so quickly. And Joe's telling us about the concerns, all these different concerns, because it appears that this is like being fast-tracked. But again, if you read Ralph's letter, he just wants a discussion. So he wants a discussion, but this...
In the letter that he sent to whom?
To Wazoo, to traffic. So he sent a letter to Wazoo, traffic, county traffic.
Yeah.
And she copied me on her reply.
Okay?
Very sneaky.
So,
So
I don't mean to cut you off, but,
I mean, I don't
Well, no,
need to cut
you're
you
going
off.
to give us all the logical reasons why it doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense.
no,
and
we-
we all do that, because
Yeah, it's, you know what, Joe? It's irrelevant what they want to do. Paint the curbs green, but you know what? The community should have a say. We should be involved in just assembling meetings, public meetings. Is Ralph going to assemble a public meeting? And what jurisdiction or authority does Ralph Artebedian have, okay, to make any policy change? And he's already done it on his street.
And you,
He's
and
removed
this is
the
him by
restriction.
himself, or this is with the RHA?
No, it's not with the he just tells the RHA that he sent a letter. This was not it wasn't on RHA letterhead. So it's
Was the
just,
RHA behind it as well, then?
there was no objection at their meeting.
I just know that painting a curb red, first of all, restricting access to parks, I think, is wrong. Adding a red curb in front of only one side of the block is very self-serving, and that is so obvious. But even if that happens, all the people who want access are just going to park further down the street in front of someone else's house, so it doesn't
Yeah.
solve anything. So again, this is just all the logic that we all can instantly pick holes at. This is just a bad idea that, and I hear your point, is the amount of access and attention such a bad idea can even get, is what I'm scratching my head at.
well, the next step, from what I understand, is they've given them a blank petition to have residents fill out, then they're gonna go out and have a meeting
Then
with,
we should get that blank.
then they're gonna have,
We should get that and help the people in Montecito who have
No,
real parking
then they're gonna
problems.
have a
and help them
meeting
out.
with the residents, and at that point, I hope we're invited. But bottom line is, I'm writing a white paper with all the rebuttals. The facts are all skewed that they gave to them about how many cars are coming down the street on a daily basis, how many cars are parking from their house. It's just not right. So I'll share that with you, and if some of you want to add to it before I send it off, we'll do that. I hope to have it this week.
Now, I mean, I don't know if we,
By the way, how did we get to this topic on our agenda? Where are we?
oh, we're on.
We're on,
Where the heck is this?
we're on the,
The-
It's still part of G2?
yeah, but it's 4.
'Cause
We
that
were
was
talk-
not at this
We were
committee.
talking about the girls softball, and
Okay.
we were talking about parking
All right.
issues along.
We're talking about impacts of the girls softball MOU, and we have a resident who wants to take away parking around
His house.
the same spot that the girls softball league, which was going to impact the MOU. So this red curve is going to impact the MOU because it's going to impact parking. And, and that same person is sitting on that neighborhood, what's the acronym for the neighborhood?
RPN, I think.
Yeah, so
Rossmoor
it's
Park
just,
Neighborhood Association or something.
I don't know, it's
No,
frustrating.
it is, especially when
So
the
that's,
same.
that's how we got there.
Well, yeah, and I'm
Because,
just going to call it out. Ralph has also said that there's not enough parking at that park. So his answer is to take away more spots. This makes no logic at
well,
all.
one of his asks is to add a parking lot at Rossmoor Park.
Take away some of our green?
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, you guys got that email. You can read the rebuttal. You did, we don't have the original letter that was sent, but we have Anthony Vu's response, which he kind of reiterates what was asked.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry.
So are we moving on to?
Yes, I just wanted to,
Discussion regarding speed on Orange, on
Oh.
Montecito Road?
no.
I would just coming back to the girls softball league,
Yeah.
I think, I mean, we have our frustration, President Maynard and I want to be sure, because what this just kind of came to here is that we have a discussion with the girls softball participants.
Definitely.
Right, and I don't want it to be and I know that's not our intent, so I just wanted to make sure if there was any ideas that, we're not looking to have an understanding. That's the whole idea, a memorandum of understanding, that that's a conversation we're going to have, and I know you're going to have it from the contractual side. So I appreciate you guys will take that time.
Oh, definitely.
To have them explain, what they're going to do as far as the labor side. As Mr. Mendoza said, that we need help, maintaining the fields and doing all those things. I saw, a next door post at some point.
Yes, I saw it
And,
too.
right, and.
That we're
and it-
taking something away.
Yeah, but
Wait,
the important
what's
part,
on next
I don't even know if it's still there, but what I want to take away from it is there are people who are passionate about it, and I don't think they have all the information.
Correct.
And
How
so
did
as
they
long
even
as
get the
we,
information that,
No, this was agendized. It was,
oh, because it was on our agenda, they
Yeah.
instantly assume
No,
things
no.
are being taken away?
no, but on the agenda was Mr. Mendoza's suggested, where he said a reduction of 30 to 50%. So on a suggestion from Mr. Mendoza, RCSD, it was that we were, I don't know what the word's going to be, Joe, it was that we were going to discuss a reduction. So someone took that and said, how dare you reduce that? But to Director Searles's point, yes, we all need to get in a room. We don't
Yes.
want to shut off softball, but at the same time, we don't want our general manager coming at 8 o'clock at night, picking up trash from
And
whatever entity that's there.
And I
So-
can tell you that's leadership,
Yeah,
because
I get
I
you.
can't remember the one lady who was so sharp. She had her coaches working. You actually, if you drove by, you saw them cleaning up. If there's trash and heavy amounts of trash, that is on the softball league of step up as leaders, get your families to help out, because we've had years where they've been so good cleaning up after themselves. It's all leadership there.
it might also just be that it's been a while since this discussion's been had.
Oh, it has.
And so
Here's our
I wanted,
issues.
I just want it to be like at this
Yep.
point of like, we're here to talk, not to,
Yep.
force something, because it's not good for any of us. If we try to force something, we're gonna end up with a bad situation all around.
Right.
And as we're kind of devolved into this parking conversation, that's what happens when somebody doesn't want to talk to people and they go their own direction. We're not going to be successful if we go our own direction, knowing we have these fields that, are used and enjoyed, and we have lots of families who love them, and, at the same time, they have to be done in a way in which it works for all of us. So that's all I wanted to say, moving on.
Yep.
You
Okay.
might-
Okay, moving on. The next one is 5, and we talked about increasing fees, and I believe the committee agreed that we would do a 5% increase in our fees this year, and that next year we would come back and recommend another 5%, and that the goal would be to incrementally increase fees across the board 5% each year. But we do need Tara can help me here, I don't think we can make that a standard. I think we need to visit it each year, but the goal was, instead of going out and doing all these surveys, we know that we're getting hit with the gas company, the light company, and all those are incrementally going up without asking us at about 5%.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at being consistent and not having to wait 2 or 3 years and raise it 10 or 12%, and everybody go, oh, that's just too much. But to incrementally move up and to set a standard of 5%, and of course that can be raised or lowered each year, but this year the goal was to raise our fees across the board at 5%.
Yeah, and I think that historically, like Joe just said, we didn't raise anything for 3 years, 4 years, and then we do this big, huge, expensive study, and they, they go up a certain percent, and if in Joe's report, he just said, let's raise them 5%, and then thereafter, you said 2 or 5?
5.
5, yeah, 5%. Again, that's what's the cost of living's been, the inflationary, that's what.
Way under inflation.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what Joe's
Okay.
recommending.
No.
I just,
Can we do it? Can we do it standard all the time, or we'd have to visit it every year?
These are in essence rental rates, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
These are in essence rental rates, correct?
Rental rates, yes.
Yes.
These are rental rates.
Well, it's,
Okay.
Yeah,
It's fees, usage fees.
yeah, rental of the building,
I don't know
rental
if,
of
I
tennis
don't know if I
courts.
could call it a rental agreement. I'm not the attorney.
Well, so just to be, so there's several different types of fees. If, a fee is for a service
Uh-huh.
the district's providing, it has to be cost recovery. That's the standard, rough cost recovery. Doesn't have to be, dollars for, cents for cents. It has to be rough cost recovery in order to avoid being considered a tax under Prop 218. Rental fees are a little different because you're acting as a landowner, not you personally, but the district is acting as a landowner. So it can certainly set market rates.
So this is for
That's the
tennis
distinction.
court, pickleball courts, athletic fields, indoor facilities, and picnic shelters. So they're rental fees, yes.
and just, I think, Mr. Mendoza, one of the items in the committee that we talked about were the pickleball rates would not be increased because those were set at the market just this year. So while all this discussion was about 2017, 2018 rates, maybe some 2021, we had actually gone and got detailed data about what pickleball costs were just, 5-6 months ago. So
Sure.
it shouldn't be raised 5% because we
just
did
started.
our market analysis just a
Agreed.
couple months ago. I think we left with the general manager was to confirm whether we had or had not done a tennis court reservation study at the same time, because we wouldn't want to do this. Again, if we have a moment where we've looked at our tennis court rental rates and they were already market rate, we don't want to increase them because we had already just confirmed that they were appropriate. And part of that comes into the idea that, as we just discussed a little earlier, our tennis pros and our pickleball pros, their rates are, again, kind of playing around with what would our rate be to the person who walks off the street who doesn't do a lesson. So I think, overall, I just want to point out the tennis and pickleball rates to me today are what they will be next year when we do this review on December, when we set this, if you look through the actual agenda item, this is not to approve a new rate today, but it's to have the discussion, so in December, when the rates come up for review, we don't have to have a long discussion. We say the rates are going up 5%.
Yeah.
But at that moment, we're not going to raise tennis or pickleball because those two rates are current. They're not dated. We know their market rate. We leave them as is, and now we can just move forward in 2025 when we raise them again 5%. Now pickleball and tennis would be raised.
If I may, I believe that was discussed, but at the end of the meeting, I believe that Mr. Maynard and Mr. Searles made a a motion to just go ahead and raise it 5% now.
Which was
My-
60
My
cents.
thing was 10%.
I don't remember that at all. I remember,
You don't either.
well, he's saying in the committee doesn't have the authority. The
No,
committee
to
can
bring it
just.
to the board,
Okay.
okay? Yeah.
So are we voting on that tonight? Because our committee is never going to make decisions, only recommendations to the
Right.
board and let the board vote.
Right.
Joe, are all these rates in the agenda here on right-hand page 85? These are the new rates you're proposing? This is on
What page?
Rossmoor Park. It says resident, non-resident.
You're on what page, Tony?
What page are you on,
Uh,
Mr. DeMarco?
I'm on page 96 out of,
96
96 out of 133. Bottom right is 95.
Thank you.
I believe the discussion was in next year to raise it 10% and every year after that 5%.
That's what I recall too.
And then the discussion was, no, just go ahead and start raising it 5% every year so we're consistent.
Okay, so once again, the rate on page 95.
Those are the current rates.
Those are the current rates?
Yes.
Or
Okay.
what about page 89, but this is just pickleball, tennis, and fields?
89.
I see a grid at the top
Yes.
Hold on.
where it proposes pickleball
Oh, yeah.
currently at 6 to go to 660, which is the same exact price as tennis, both the 6 current and the 660, which has always been by design for racket sports. What Searles is mentioning is that, at least on the pickleball, 5-6 months ago, when we went from a pilot program to an ongoing racket sport,
It was
if
six-
the analysis was done correctly, maybe it doesn't require the 10% proposed increase. I just remember going out of our way that treating pickleball and tennis equal in fees, in policy, and everything, so they match.
So the initial proposal was to raise it 10% in a year. And I believe the conversation, and I don't know if you help me here, was let's not wait, let's be consistent and start doing it now at 5% a year. So if you look at page 89,
That's where we're at.
and it says resident off-peak, so 6 to 660 is 10%, right? So it would be 6 to 630 at 5%. So if you gave us the ability to raise it 5% this year, all these would be adjusted at 5%.
This year, like proactive today,
July 1st.
July 1st, okay. And
So
then,
that's what we're going to vote, we're going to vote on that tonight?
If you would, if
Okay.
not, if there's different direction, just let me know, that's fine. Yeah. And
What
then
it-
then the go each year, and I believe Tarkman just, I think I heard you correctly, we have the ability tonight to just make a mandate that every year it's 5% unless there's some outrageous cost of living or we fell behind so far in our budget, we need to raise more money, I don't know.
If I could clarify, I would recommend that this be done on an annual basis as opposed to an ongoing 5%. That is my recommendation. That is consistent with what many other public entities do, as opposed to making an automatic adjustment of 5%.
So if we're going to do it annually, it can be part of the discipline of our budget, because this is a source of revenue.
right,
Correct.
Yeah,
kind of
okay.
like salary.
We already have an approved budget, but right now we can make a decision here to follow either a 5% or a 10% increase in our fields
So
and courts.
let me, this percentage is, because page 89 is just the racquetball stuff. You're talking about everything,
Everything.
everything. And the proposal is 10% right now or 5% right now?
Right now, we're proposing 5%.
5%. Okay. That sound right? That's what you guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so 5% right now, July 1st, and then every year after 5%,
Make it part of the budgeting
make it part of the
process.
budget. Now, again, we look at it every year, just like we look at salaries and everything, and we could adjust if we wanted to, but it's already put in play every year that it's going to be a 5%.
If you turn to page 98, we had done a graph and a chart on the market comparisons and a 10% RCSD proposal at the right column. So the column next to that is what's current, and a 10% would be the right column, and we would cut it to 5%. And that's for everything. That's for facilities, for picnic shelters, for basketball courts, for soccer fields, softball fields, across the line. Now, I know what Tarquin's recommendation is, but if we have the ability just to somehow make a mandate that it's going to be 5% every year, or, you know, we're going to revisit it every year, that helps us in all seriousness. We're small. It takes a long time to do some of these studies, and our goal is just to incrementally increase so we're not falling behind.
Yeah, I agree that we should not be studying this every 3-4 years and then not touching it in between that.
There's some cities that do studies that cost, I know of a city right now that's involved in a study that's going to cost at least $350,000.
Yeah, but how much does it make a year? How much does that?
That's my point.
Millions.
It's all relative, yeah.
We are a small
Yeah.
agency.
Again, I like the 5%, and you know what, we can always, if we don't like 5, if something comes up. So Tarquin, you're for this mandate where we just 5% a year, it's the rentals go up 5% a year.
No.
Oh, you're
My-
not,
my-
you're not.
my-
Automatically, he wants it.
No, my recommendation
Reevaluate.
is to do it every year, to evaluate it every year. That is consistent with what many other public agencies do.
Okay, all right, so, I'm sorry, let me
And
back
that
that
should
up.
be part of the budgeting
Yeah,
process.
so very, very similar to salaries.
I'm sorry, what?
Salaries.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we have that page,
Yeah.
get a recommendation, okay,
Yeah.
we discuss it. Okay.
So Director Cyril's being on the committee, do you have a motion tonight on rate increases?
I guess I'm still confused because, no, it's because I thought we had excluded pickleball and tennis from the rate increase, our actual discussion.
I vaguely remember it. I wish I could say 100%.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
And Tony, I apologize, but there was a resident there who was very passionate about the price staying the same.
Yeah, and, listen, I'm all,
I
listen.
won't call out people, but.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
no.
if I remember correctly, also, there was a resident there that said, hey, we only pay this much over at Seal Beach.
Yeah, I remember
But
that.
that
No,
was-
I understand.
One
that
and
was
the
per-
same resident.
That was per person
That part I
rather
remember.
than per court.
Yeah.
So they were
Hey,
paying
things
like,
happen at these meetings, okay?
They
No,
were-
but listen, we're talking about 30 cents, so if we don't touch the racquetball, tennis or pickleball, and we, instead of, it's 5%, instead of 6, instead of 6.30, it's 6, I'm good with that too, and then next year it's 5%,
Yes.
okay?
Just simple.
That is gonna be recommended to us, we're gonna look at it again with, you know, a new day, is 5%. In fact, Joe, it's probably going to be you recommending to us. You remember in June of 2024, we said 5%, but here's 5% what it looks like. Kind of like what you do with salaries.
Yeah, but back to tonight's motion to increase rates.
Yeah.
I do understand the logic of, guys, we just set that pickleball.
No, I agree. Listen,
I
that's,
think, you
that's
know,
the
that was-
thinking I would be.
The courts were just finally repainted
Yeah, we
after all
just
the
started
rain,
it.
guys. Let's not raise, I'm with Nathan on that.
Yeah, I would.
I don't remember if I said that at the meeting, but I'm saying it now.
So I'm hearing a motion that we're raising the rates excluding.
Excluding racket sports by 5%.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, I'd second that.
Oh,
Well, I thought that was your motion.
You see what he just did?
One of these two people made a motion, and one of these two people put a second. All in favor, say aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
You're going to have to back that up. But I
Okay.
believe I said we're going to raise them the 5% excluding the racket.
excluding racket.
Yes,
Racket sports, as I call them, yeah.
it is getting late.
Okay, it's getting late.
Okay,
It's getting late.
Yeah.
and we still,
By the way, guys, I am going to make a motion, and I'll just do it now. We have a closed session, but to do that closed session justice, I believe we should table the closed session until next month, just based on the time,
God
guys.
bless you.
I don't want to cut off that evaluation
agree.
short. I think it requires, well, not require, it deserves more than us looking at our watch going, okay, let's make this fast and go home. I
Do
think
we need to,
so.
is that a motion?
If I want to pull something off the agenda, or is that prerogative?
No, you can, I would suggest doing a motion,
Okay.
take it off the calendar.
I make a motion, and I'm jumping way ahead, but I make a motion for item K to be postponed until July's regular board meeting.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, so we did
You
that.
just shaved an hour and a half of the meeting. Thank you,
Best,
sir.
Yeah.
best motion you've made.
Best,
tonight.
well, I try not to make motions as president. I try to administer,
That
but
was an important
that one there I just had to make. So, okay.
one. Okay.
Mr. Mendoza, on our regular calendar, have we gone through all of G2 at this
Yes,
point?
yes.
Okay. We dealt with G3, so now it brings us to G4, which is a possible action regarding a letter, which we all have in front of us, requesting that Orange County Board of Supervisors reduce the speed limit on Orangewood Avenue, Montecito Road, and St. Cloud pursuant to AB 43. I'll give a little bit of background. I don't know when it was, but I read in the paper maybe 8 months ago that Long Beach decided to reduce speed limits because of safety without any traffic studies because there's a new law that says local entities and agencies no longer have to do that when it's a reduction in speed. And so I thought that's interesting because we are a local agency. We don't have that authority, but the county does. So I think we've all pretty much had the same point of view that slower speeds in Rossmoor save lives, save property, save injuries, is safer. The idea of consistency of just having one speed limit in Rossmoor just seems simple and no-brainer and easy. So I asked our attorney to draft a letter. However, it's not appropriate for us just to send it without the board reviewing it, reading it, and saying it's appropriate. To me, it's something that we've wanted forever, and we're told by Wazoo that there are ratios and algorithms that dictate, and no, you need to be 35. And again, 35 in Rossmoor is just inappropriate to me, but the algorithm says it is, but now there is a new law called AB 43, and we would like the county on our behalf, at least I would like the county on our behalf, to make Rossmoor in that one avenue that has more accidents, more safety issues than any other one down. So that's the texture of why this is on the agenda. I would say Mr. Mendoza, take it away, but he has now left.
I will be happy to
Thank
speak to
you,
the, speak to the
Tarquin.
item. So for the record, I will briefly summarize the letter for members of the public, and this letter, once it's sent out, will obviously be a public record. But let me read it into the record.
Yes, sir.
A brief introduction, saying that the RCSD Board of Directors, and this is to Supervisor Doe, it will also be carbon copy to each member of the Board of Supervisors, as well as to the Orange County Public Works Traffic Engineer. That starts out, the RCSD Board of Directors has directed my office to request that the County of Orange lower the speed limit on Orangewood Avenue, Montecito Road, St. Cloud Drive corridor from 35 miles to 25 miles per hour. With the exception of the majority of this corridor, the residential streets within Rossmoor all have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. As you may be aware, recently adopted Assembly Bill 43, referred to called Traffic Safety, has revised the California Vehicle Code to provide cities and counties a simple and straightforward method to lower the speed limits on local roadways based on specified safety concerns. Prior to the adoption of AB 43, the method to determine speed limits was to utilize the 85th percentile speed, which is a speed at or below which 85% of the traffic is traveling. This procedure includes identifying the 85th percentile speed of traffic and rounding up or down to the nearest 5 mile per hour increments. This automobile-based standard effectively makes reducing speed limits in residential areas both difficult and costly. However, AB 43 has modified the standard to allow local jurisdictions greater flexibility when setting speed limits on residential and other roadways based on safety criteria for the benefit of pedestrians, bicyclists, and the mobility impaired. This includes roadways adjacent to areas which generate high concentrations of bicycles and pedestrians, roadways designated by local jurisdiction as safety corridors, and those that are contiguous to business activity district as defined, and others. See, for example, Vehicle Code sections 22358.7 and 22358.9. For Rossmoor, this would clearly include those portions of Orangewood Avenue, Montecito Road, approaching Rossmoor Elementary School and Montecito Road, St. Cloud Drive, adjacent to the shops of Rossmoor. The Orangewood Drive, Montecito Road, St. Cloud Drive corridor is best characterized as a 4-lane, 35-mile-per-hour highway in the heart of a 25-mile residential district, a highway over which children must cross on the way to and from school, residents of shops at Rossmoor, and which lack an adequate number of crosswalks. With the adoption of AB 43, lowering the speed limit to 25 miles an hour is an easily achievable goal that will benefit the health, safety, and welfare of the Rossmoor community as a whole. And I will add, there are also numerous residents along the corridor have posted numerous slow down signs or words to that effect as one travels through the corridor, all on the north side of the, or mostly on the north side of the corridor. That, in essence, is the proposed letter, and I give it back to the board to make any comments or how they would wish me to respond to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so I think it's a no-brainer, but let's open it up. Discussion. Director Shade.
I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I thought it was 25 my whole time I lived here because I never pay attention. It's always 25 through residential.
No, it's 35.
Thank you for going 25, Joe.
Thank you. I don't follow the speed
It
limit.
makes
I
no
Would
sense.
never go 35.
I know. I wish more people.
I thought I saw a 25-mile-an-hour painted on,
On Tiger's Hill, there's one.
no, on Montecito. I could have sworn,
No, it
I got to
says
drive.
35.
Still, it's 35?
It's 35. Do you
Yes,
have any
okay, so you're
comments?
with me.
I'm just, my only
Because
comment.
I heard a California Highway Patrol saying.
Yes.
Lower speed save lives, guys.
No, listen, I want this to work.
Yeah.
So my only concern is, does Supervisor Doe know that this is coming? How are we going to present it to where is the request? Because I would imagine the supervisor is going to ask, of course, traffic to weigh in, okay? Again, I'm talking about procedure like should happen, except
Yeah.
on St. Hedwig, but anyway.
I will follow up if directed as president, because this has nothing to do with traffic and engineering. This
No,
is
that-
political.
It
There
is.
is a new law that says
Yep.
agencies can do
You are
this.
absolutely correct, this is
And
political.
so this is not meant to go to Wazoo and what do you think? No, we already know what you think. You have an algorithm that you stand by. This is meant to be a political decision made by our supervisor and the rest of their boards, hopefully quietly or expediency in, consent calendar.
Yes.
Or even they could put it up for discussion if we're the first community
Yeah.
to reach out. But we are the largest residents within unincorporated county, and we're asking them for their help, and this is the first step.
Yep.
And I would like I would like someone to make a motion to allow our attorney to submit the member, and to at least we now as a board have agreement that reduced speeds in Rossmoor is a good thing.
Well,
I have no further points other than our district council is billing us for reading that letter.
well, he's here anyway. Hey,
I'm just.
This has been budgeted for.
I'm just.
The old
teasing.
budget.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
No, thank you, Tarquin. It's a great
Yeah.
letter. I
Okay.
appreciate it, and I do support it. I'd move that we allow our council to send this letter to our supervisor and the rest of the Board of Supervisors.
I second.
All
Yeah,
those in
before,
favor?
Before we have a vote, if I could add. Another option for the board, I just want to point out, is just to adopt a resolution. Obviously, we need to bring that back and type it up.
I actually, if Mr. Mendoza was here, I actually would like to have an official resolution by the board as well. But for now, the what we're about to vote on is we think this letter should go out there.
Okay.
But I would like on the next agenda to have an official resolution in position so people know
Supporting
about it,
this.
to support it.
Yeah.
So with that said, motion on the table, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, I'm looking at water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you, Jack.
At first I was
I
going,
saw
he
your-
thinks he's having his job review tonight. That's why he's doing this, right?
No, that's
I
not,
saw his empty bottle on
Thanks,
his
Joe.
dinner.
Well, yeah, look at me,
I know.
I'm hydrating, guys.
Right behind you.
so. Okay,
Okay.
so Mr. Mendoza, we did vote, Tarquin's letter is approved. He wants to make some modifications, we're good. But for next meeting, we need a formal resolution on the board's position on a consistent 25 mile per hour to safety and consistency. And I'm sure that resolution, I'm not sure if it takes one read, two read, whatever, but let's have that on July's agenda. And then,
One read is sufficient for resolutions.
I'm sorry.
One read is sufficient for resolutions.
Great, let's get it on July's agenda. Now, next,
Excuse me. I think also we should consider because again, we'll see the reaction possibly quicker. You know, we may see a reaction, we may see no reaction. But if we don't see any reaction, you know, after this letter, after a resolution, then we should when we have events at our table, we should have a petition going ourselves that we want Montecito 25 miles
I
an
like
hour.
that. I actually love that for our next fair where we have our little Rossmoor tents and
Something to consider.
canopy. Start having some petitions.
Yeah.
So next up, guys, and I would like to combine 5 and 6, that we approve a proclamation designating June as Mosquito Awareness Month and a proclamation designating that July is a Parks and Recreation Month. I'm not sure if anyone needs a full discussion on this. So is there a motion for both 5 and 6 designating those months as Mosquito Awareness and Parks and Recreation Month?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. So now we actually have something we need to discuss. Resolution 24-06-11-02, a rejection of a government claim. Mr. Mendoza.
Yes, President Maynard, members of the board, this is a standard operation procedure that there is a rejection of a government claim filed by Chris Otan and Howard Z, alleging that property damage resulting from a broken irrigation line caused a number of issues on their property. I'll just basically tell you where this is. It's over the triangle at the corner of Lamson and Seal Beach. We have a water main there that waters that section, and the water main goes from our side of the fence, and I'm talking about our wall, all the way through the property of Mrs. Tan, or Miss Tan and Mr. Z, and ends up the front of their property on the parkway. So the control is there.
What is there?
The control.
Oh, okay.
So there was a water line break, and it basically flooded their backyard. And we didn't know, you know, we got plans, we didn't know what to do, or how to rectify it. So we approached them, told them we need to get in their backyard to dig and to see what's going on in their yard and our side. Bottom line is, the plumber found that, the report came back that the plumber found that their tree and their roots caused the break in the water line. Their
Their
tree on their
personal
side.
tree on
Yeah,
their
yeah.
personal property.
So,
Okay.
based on that, the CGAPIA has rejected their claim and we will be notifying them of this resolution that I hope we approve tonight, because it's basically a recommendation of CGAPIA. And at that point, they can start negotiating the claim with them.
Who would they negotiate with?
With CGAPIA, Carl Moore and Associations, our insurance company. Okay, so it's a standard operations procedure.
Right.
And the claim rejected, then they can refile and ask for, you know, I guess some modification of the claim. So I don't know what the end result is, we never know, but that's between our insurance carrier and the resident.
Right. So standard policy is when people come after the agency, we say no, and then they go through a different
Right.
path for compensation.
Right.
Just putting this out there, not to sound like a jerk, but their tree damaged our pipes. Is there anything that we can do? Because our pipes were broken because of their tree.
We fixed it. We
Oh,
just
okay.
took the loss and
Is
fixed it.
there an easement for our water pipe?
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm trying to find that out. I've talked to, what's the gentleman from Golden State Water that's been here a million
Oh,
times?
yeah.
And he's looking into it for us. We can't find anything. It's an old line. And I have no idea why it's going through their property, but yeah.
And what portion of the property, like close to the lot line or just
Right through the backyard.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's gotta be-
straight line.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we were shocked. So we're looking into that, and we're also talking to Golden State about some other options we might have to get water somewhere else. You know, I don't know what that would be, but
But it's been repaired?
it's repaired. Yeah.
And
And
all
we-
filled
and
and all
you can-
remediated?
Yeah, you can see the photos, yeah.
I'm looking
Yeah,
at them now.
I saw the photos.
All I
of
see
the-
is the big holes.
Yeah,
I just see holes.
it's all been,
Oh, I
Okay.
see, yeah.
All right, is there a motion to deny claim?
I move that we deny claim, no, this is a resolution.
No, you still make a motion, though.
I move that we deny the claim and approve resolution number 24061102, rejection of government claim.
Okay,
Second.
here a second. Roll call, please.
This is a roll call vote for resolution number 24061102, rejection of government claim, a resolution of the Board of the Rossmoor Community Services District's rejection of government claim. Director Shade?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Aye.
Director DeMarco?
Aye.
President Maynard?
Aye. Brings us to general manager items.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
Carpet and flooring has been completed. I'm looking into some sound mitigation, both in here and in the east
I think
room.
it sounded pretty good.
Well, the sound isn't that bad, but
It's
it
a
can be,
little more
improved.
echoey.
It's a little more, yeah.
more
So I'm looking at some options, you know, we can put panels up there, we can, you know, and we're also looking in the east room. But it looks good.
Looks great.
We're filling out our paperwork right now to request for reimbursement from the Prop 68. And I know we're not going to get it by the end of this fiscal year, but we'll probably, their process is probably 8 weeks, so we'll get it sometime in July probably, or August. Training through CJPIA is excellent. All our staff has been trained in CPR, first aid, and AED. We just had some leadership training last week for our part-time staff. I want to shout out to Mary Kingman. We put a award, a nomination in to CJPIA. It's called the Capstone Award, and Capstone. There should be an S in there, and basically was on efficiencies and safety measures that we've minimized liability exposure to the district. And I think you know our off-grid trim schedule and our safety trims that we do throughout the year, just sporadically as needed. We put that in. We showed them what the cost saving would probably had been, and kind of gave them some statistics. And she became one of the finalists, and she's invited to Palm Springs in, I believe, October. All expenses
Good for her.
paid, and she's up for the award. She's one of the finalists, so we'll see. I'll probably be going with her. It's going to be pretty nice. The tree committee is scheduled to meet in July, we hope, and review a patron request to remove a tree on Martha Ann and another one on Druid Lane. And there are a number of other items on that agenda that we'll be talking about. Court resurfacing is completed. Looks really good. All the nets are back up. We're putting signage up this week. We ordered a few more brand new benches The ones that we had and took off were pretty beat up, and we tried to paint them and repair them, and they just didn't turn out well, so we bought some new ones. The turf on all sites have been aerated, as I mentioned, and we're looking at weed abatement sometime this month or next month. Canopy project, I will be setting a meeting with our capital projects committee to review our canopy project and talk about the sequence of events that need to take place to get it installed. Memo understanding with the LAGSF, we talked about that. And all staff was provided training and harassment and retaliation, all part-time staff. And respond to emergencies, reporting procedures, and reporting child abuse overview. That's huge. I mean, you have no idea how often that could happen on a park or youth center, or we're mandated reporters, and make them aware that that's their responsibility. But that concludes my report.
Thank you.
If you look at the back, we'll do a little bragging. I'm sorry, the back page of your
I closed it. Let me
What?
open it.
the back page of the whole agenda.
Okay.
Paper agenda or the online?
Digital.
Digital, both.
Oh, I lost one now.
We had a wedding in here.
Oh, yes, I
Oh,
did
yeah, I
see
saw
that.
that
Yeah,
already.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
And
saw that,
we have one coming up this Saturday, and as you can see, they strung lights. They did all kind of stuff in here. It really looked good.
Nice.
It was a good.
We've been talking about having weddings in here for
Yeah.
10 years.
Anything else, Mr. Mendoza?
No, thank you.
Okay, board member items, Director Searles.
I like the reluctancy. I was thinking last month, I forgot to say this, but President Maynard, you were working hard with the post office situation and the zip code. I don't want us to wait 6 more months to be told, somehow, some way that the county supervisor really has no role in it.
Well, actually, we heard that from our Congresswoman.
Right, but
after
I
all
want,
that,
I
yeah.
want the county supervisor, if we can, be pushing that forward. If they hit a wall, then we need to know it,
Yeah.
not wait another 6 months for our new elected
Agreed.
supervisor. So I just want to say we keep moving that. To Kevin, who was here earlier speaking, I had it on my notes already that one of the things we haven't done, that we kind of got lost, I think, with some of the bigger traffic stuff, was that I would like for there to not be passing lanes adjoining parks and schools. I think those should be solid yellow lines next to a school or a park, so we don't have people passing in school zone areas and park areas.
I love that. I was the one years and years ago who said, let's have a traffic committee. And I said, we need a vision of our
But you
whole
also,
community.
you also said tonight that
Yeah.
we should look at all the schools, and that's a very good
Yeah,
point.
all the schools
Yeah.
need a
So
traffic plan.
when he was
Yeah.
saying no one's listening, I really, but I agree, we couldn't have it as an agenda item then, so
Yeah.
I'm just,
Traffic plan.
it's just there, it's something we should do. We know there's support for that kind of thing. Reminding people that the sheriff's department does vacation checks.
Nice.
So you just have to let the sheriff's department know you're gonna be out of town. They will come by, take a look at, make sure, the doors are locked, there's no broken glass, things along that line. So for folks, hopefully, Carolyn and Joe, you can share the vacation check program that the sheriff's department
It's
does.
already out, yes. It's out.
Awesome,
And you can delay your paper and
yeah.
don't look like a victim.
I'd like to see our agendas, the formatting change a little bit to where we had a QR code that when we post it here, we don't post the full agenda packet. I'd like to have a QR code that went to our full agenda packet for anyone if we post our agenda here,
Oh, so when
it's
people
like the
come
4
in,
pages.
people come in, they do this, and while they're sitting down, they have the
They could
agenda
have
with
this
them.
exact
Great
same
idea.
thing. Yeah, just that
How long have you
much.
been sitting on that one?
That's
That
a
was
good
just
idea.
today. I
Wow,
just-
okay.
No,
all right,
I,
That's a good one, Nathan.
yeah, well, thank you.
No, that's a
I
good
just-
one, I like that.
Yeah, QR codes are underused by us, and I think that's a good one. I'd like to thank the RHA, the community, all all of our community, Rossmoor, Seal Beach, Rossmoor, the RCSD. The grad parade was great on Saturday, not this Saturday, but the Saturday prior. Congrats to all those Rossmoor graduates. I want to personally thank the LaSalle Unified School District for including me in the RCSD and the graduation festivities. Director Shade, it was great being there. Kind of a public notice for folks who aren't paying a ton of attention, but there's an Orange County general plan discussion that's just starting. It's done about every 20 to 25 years. It's just started right now. So if you're interested in big government plan as to what's going on, it's going on. One of the items that's of specific focus, and it relates to our situation and our interactions with Public Works and Wazoo, as she said, there's a push, a conscious push for transportation items. So the bike lanes that she was very much a champion of, it's because in the general plans that's being presented very commonly right now, bike lanes and accessibility of that nature is one of the things they're looking at. We should be aware, because if the county sets up a general plan, we're going to be following it 100%. Whereas, the cities are going to have their own little plans. We're going to be following a lot of that big picture guidance the county sets. So that's about it. I did point out that our website has an image, a stock image that's not Rossmoor, and I want our webpage to have a Rossmoor image. We have great places to take pictures of, and so I'm just asked.
That's no longer the case.
No longer the case. All right, well, thank you.
just
So
looked at
I know how it happens, but I looked at it and I said, I can't figure out where this is in Rossmoor. And so thank you for fixing that, Carolyn.
With the poppy fields of Rossmoor.
Right,
You couldn't
exactly.
find that? Yeah.
So that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Director DeMarco?
Okay, real quick. Joe, can you make sure next month we get an update on both the Vector, Brian from Vector, saying that he sprayed our channels or canals, and Public Works, when they're going to, what's the plan on
The flood control.
yes, the flood control. The one that has a ton of water in it.
I haven't written down.
But I mean, every month give us an update on where we are, because we had both of them here, we still don't have a plan on, well, how are we going to fix all this? There's a ton of water, it doesn't drain, there's mosquitoes in it. Okay, thanks. So Carolyn, I already told you that all these codes that CHP talked about, e-bikes, probably should have a page or something on it, right? From him, right? Phone number, you have them call him. When we get enough calls, maybe they'll focus, well, they're focusing now, but maybe they'll focus better. Thank you. Wait a minute. Joe was at the pickleball courts today. You put the little shelf to put your paddle to be next. I love them.
We're going to put instructions in.
Good, but people are putting their water bottles on it today. Can you buy some just square cubbies next to it to put your water in so they don't use that? Because I'm thinking they're going to wear those out and they're going to mess them up.
Depending on how we can secure
Okay.
it, we'll look into it,
Yeah, Joe knows what I'm talking about.
I can get a visual.
I think that's it. I too, congratulations to all our Rossmoor graduates. I'm glad we had another fantastic parade in Rossmoor. That's it. Thank you.
Director Shade.
I want to thank our daisies and our brownies always. We love those girls, Rossmoor troops. Our vector control public officer, Brian, he was great giving us information. I would like a schedule with hard dates on it as well, because that's like what we're looking for. Again, reiterating what Mr. Director DeMarco is talking about. Elizabeth Denny from the Orange County Fire Authority, love her to death, and her safety awareness was spectacular, and props to Lindsay and Darren, who do a great effort to bring water safety to our community. Very much needed, and I hope they keep those going because they're fantastic. CHP officer, love the way he is on it with our update on our, what's going on our violations and things of that nature. We like hearing about everything that's going on. I want to just reiterate, because I don't really think that we clarified on the whole public notice of our budget thing. We really didn't wrap that up. And I just want to say, like, do we as a board feel like, you know, is there some way we can improve, or do we feel that that is sufficient? Because the newspapers aren't delivering. And we're putting it in a publication. Maybe we should look at, we used to do the Orange County Register way back. Maybe we should switch our public notification.
That might be even
The
less.
solution.
I don't know.
I know, who knows?
I mean, who reads
Because
the
we're just
newspaper
not,
anyway?
they're not
Papers on
delivering.
decline, yeah.
Papers are on the decline, and it's hard getting it in a print, but if we can say, well, we put it in a major, you know, I'm just
I
saying.
think
And people
Well,
have
yeah.
online newspapers as well, so they do touch base with the online. And I am hearing that they are going, even our local ones are going to be putting the full one online. I'm just not sure if that comes with a fee. Anyway, I just want to make sure our awareness is there, that we need to do what we can to make it a public awareness out there so that people can find it. And lastly, thank you, Director Nathan, for showing up at the graduation with me and doing representing. It was great. I loved it. You know, it was good deals. I got to hand my daughter her diploma, and the parade was a huge success. Again, it was fantastic. So it's all good, and not one single complaint. Did have a couple of lost banners, but that was it. I mean, we go through and, we do trash cleanup, everything to the full extent. And props lastly, to the staff and for putting an amazing Saturday family festival, because it was a huge, huge success again. And it was my daughter's graduation party, otherwise I would have been there. But I could hear it.
Yeah, no, it was unbelievable.
So it was, and I mean, that band is always a crowd pleaser to no end. So, yeah, they're huge. They're people come out of the woodwork for them. So, props to RCSD for putting that on, and everybody that goes along with our staff. Good job. Thank you. Just want to say that. That's it.
Thank you. I too went to the Rossmoor Festival. It just seems every time I go, they're bigger. And I was saying to myself, is this bigger just because it's the first one? I just know it seems like more food trucks. And I just put it out there. I went to the Greek truck and had a hero, this big gyro thing. Gyro, however you pronounce it. It was awesome. Please be aware that school is out of session, which means more kids riding bikes day and night. So everyone be a little bit more cautious during the summer. It's technically not summer, but to me, when kids are out of school, it's summer, and they're out there, so drive safely. Thank you for the people who came tonight. I'm really excited about our continuing education for senior adults. I'm glad that we've got an asset here, guys. Our facilities, our buildings, they're underutilized. For years, we've been accused of catering to youth sports. I'm glad that, first of all, I want parks to be used by youths, but I also love the idea that we're trying to reach different demographics and have more programming. We're rich in assets, and they need to be used. So I'm glad to see that. So with all that said, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, board, for being here till, I forgot. It's always weird that after I'm talking, okay, Tarquin, you get the last say. So what say you?
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. With that said, this meeting is adjourned, but I want, what?
I was waiting for hear him say something.
Hear something? No. He's on
Well,
the
he read his
he's on a
letter.
budget
He
with
read
the
his
words
letter. He read his
that he
letter.
can use and say, but thanks to this board for being here until 11:25 tonight.
Board count.